Yo, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for being here. Hopefully you're having a wonderful day and are ready for some Pokemon TCG action. We've got some fun stuff going on. Today, we are going to be assisting my lovely wife, Natalie, in her attempt to collect every single Electrode and Roselia ever printed. Thank you, King Jester, for the sub and the 12 months, a whole year. And Salavian with the tier 3 sub. Yeah, thank you so much, Jacob. The tier 3 and the 40 months. Dang! Timothy with the prime sub. Mr. Wogue, the 12 months. Clam Burglar. Lamasheo. Lamasio. I don't know how to say your screen name. 15 months. And I've been saying it Lamasheo this whole time, but now I'm realizing that the H is before the S. But you know, my brain just... it's just reading it all at once. So, I did watch some of OCIC last night. I did. I watched a little bit of it. You know, I always tune in to see what, you know, how the production looks and stuff. So, that was fun. Yeah. Good luck to everybody who's going to be playing in day 2 of the Oceania International Champion, or the Oceania International Championships tomorrow. Tomorrow, today, this morning, whatever. I don't know. They got like yesterday was today. Yesterday was today in Australia. So I don't know. Yeah. Man, okay, so here's the deal, is that I was watching Oceania, and then I was just getting upset that we can't use Japanese cards. That's just, the whole thing just made me upset. Watching, you know, players use Japanese cards and how good they looked just made me extremely jelly. But it's fine. It's fine. God, the Japanese cards look so good. But yeah, that was you know, took a little while to get the white table exposure figured out. But they got it figured out. They did. They got it figured out. I think it's cool. Like, man, they got a lot of things going on. With the... They got a lot of cool things going on. I liked how they were working the different angles, the hand cams. I like how they had somebody like on the stage with a camera catching different angles of the players. I liked that. I liked how they were calling shots to different angles throughout the games. I like that. I don't know, you know, they had the KO screen. I think a KO screen makes more sense in the video game than it does in the trading card game, but I like the concept. Conceptually, I like the KO screen that popped up behind the players. And I like that there's a screen there in general. I think that that's like pretty cool. So conceptually, I like that screen behind there, and I think you could put some cool stuff back there. I see that as like that's something that can be improved upon for sure. But I like the direction that that's heading. All right. Okay, cool. So anyways, big big props to everybody on the on the commentating team and the production team. They were working on the Oceania International Championships. They're huge endeavors. So like I always just tune in just to watch the production because they're huge undertakings. It always blows my mind how much money Pokemon must spend on them things. So I'm like, as someone who makes productions, right? I'm always just watching and I'm like, dang, they really be doing it up for these things for real. And and that's exciting. I like seeing that much money and effort being poured into the game that I love. So, like, I like that. Money isn't everything, but money can be cool sometimes. It can certainly be nice. So it's nice to see that much, that much flair put into the. Blue Cloister said, someone tried arguing with you that it costs less than $10,000 for stream equipment. That's hilarious. The Chip Kyle Sablehouse duo, if I could just have those. Chip Kyle Sablehouse duo is my favorite casting duo by far. Yeah. They're both so good. And they're both so funny. Kyle is hilarious. I love Kyle. So, anyways, we got some stuff that we're going to be doing today. And we're going to be opening these theme decks. So, first of all, before we get cracking, I'd like to give a big shout out to Robbie and Don from China. Thank you so much for helping us get these awesome products from China. Absolutely amazing. Todakeke Slider in the chat is Robbie, and they helped hook us up with these products. So huge thank you to Robbie and Don. Thank you. It's Don like DAWN, not DON, knife. But yes, thank you both very much. Very much appreciate that. And they have proved to be very helpful in Natalie's quest for all of the Electrodes and Roselias. So this wouldn't be possible without them. So huge thank you to Robbie and Dawn again. Thank you guys. Now, what we have here, this on the right is the All-Stars Collection Starter Deck. This is a Chinese starter deck that is randomized, just like the ones that we opened the other day on stream. It seems as if these, the Asian theme decks are more or less all like this. They are randomized, and you get some assortment or collection of cards that make up the theme deck. And honestly, I remember even when I was a kid, I got like a Neo Genesis theme deck. I think my sister and I both got Neo Genesis theme decks when we were kids, and I remember those being randomized. So like that, it's crazy. And those were Japanese. So like randomized theme decks, have been a thing for a while. But we've got some Chinese randomized theme decks, and apparently there is an Electrode in the All-Stars collection. So we're going to be hunting for that, a lightning-type Electrode. And we have 4 to open to try and find it. And then over here, we've got the Sword and Shield V starter deck, which has a Roselia in it. And these are all traditional Chinese, but there is another kind of Chinese print. This is simplified Chinese. So Natalie wanted to show these. I believe these are simplified Chinese. Yes, these are simplified Chinese. Natalie wanted to show these off as well. So these are pretty cool. And apparently there's just one set of simplified Chinese cards, and it's from the Sun and Moon era, and it was released recently. So that's kind of crazy. Like, this set was, correct me if I'm wrong, but this set was released not that long ago. Yeah. And so it was like this Sun and Moon era set. It's a mega set. So how many cards are in this set? It looks like only 160 or so, but apparently it's some sort of Sun and Moon mega set that just released in tradition or in simplified Chinese. There's like 600 cards in it, but 200 per subset. Okay, got it. So that's kind of crazy. So that's what we got going on here. So that's kind of cool. So Natalie just got these 3, the only 3 simplified Chinese Electrodes. And then there's a bunch of other Electrodes and Roselias that she's collecting. So if you're curious about what's going on, basically my wife, Natalie, is collecting or attempting to collect every single Electrode ever printed in every language, in every form. So, if there's a misprint Electrode, she needs to find that. Every single language, every single form, every single rarity. It's extremely difficult. There's somewhere in the ballpark of 500 Electrodes that exist. And I think Natalie's got what percentage are you complete right now, Natalie? Like 70? Something like that. 70% complete. So she's doing a great job. She's also trying to collect every... Nice. So Natalie just got her 400th ball. Natalie just collected her 400th Electrode. And that's 400 different Electrodes, right? Different 400 unique Electrodes, which is a lot. It's a lot. When you line up 400 unique Electrodes next to each other, it really is a lot. She's also trying to do the same thing with Roselia. So Roselia and Electrode are her 2 favorite Pokemon. And, you've got collectors that are completionists. I'm not so much a completionist. But then you've got the kind of people who complete the Pokedex. Natalie is the kind of person who likes to complete the Pokedex in the Pokemon games. And this kind of completionist adventure is something that is very fun for her. And I actually I'm just not a very organized person, so I could never do this myself. But I'm having a lot of fun helping her, or at least watch. I shouldn't say helping. I'm not really helping. I'm just watching. I'm having a lot of fun watching her do it. Because if I'm going to be honest, I'm not very helpful, but I am here for emotional support and also having a lot of fun watching her do it. Now, Natalie has a spreadsheet where she has all of her all the Electrodes that she has so far and all the ones that she's missing. And then all the Roselias that she has so far and all the ones that she's missing. She has a spreadsheet, which is linked right here in the Twitch chat. If you're on YouTube, it'll be linked in the description below. And that way, if you live somewhere where you have access to different language cards or cards that would be difficult for someone who lives in Akron, Ohio to obtain, then then Natalie would be very thankful if you reached out to her and helped her on her quest. Natalie just Natalie just linked this meme in the chat. This is literally my wife explaining to me. This is my wife explaining to me all the electrodes. So you see, they just started printing simplified Chinese, and there's only one set, and it's huge, and it's called Storming Emergence, and there's 3 electrodes. And yeah, that's literally It's sick, honestly. It's sick. I love that she's so passionate about it. It's very fun to be a part of. So we're going to be looking for Electrodes here. Roselia's here. We're going to be sleeving, I guess, any rare cards in Dragon Shields. I got some Blood Reds here. It's a dope Dragon Shield color. Let's see. I would love a... Oh, no, I got fingernails. I can do this. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Now, apparently, it snowed last night here in beautiful Akron, Ohio. But then it's going to be like 50-something degrees today. Can someone please explain to me why that is? It snowed last night. And yet, 50 degrees. What the heck? I don't know where my lotion is. Wait, how am I going to open these cards? How am I going to open these cards without my lotion? I'm feeling crusty. I don't know. I can't find it. I think my lotion's been stolen. All right, let's go. So we've got, first of all, the rules booklets. Look at that. That's pretty cool. Neato. Wow. Lapras GX. Item cards, supporter cards, showing how to play. Good stuff. And then you've got the little GX marker with the damage counters, poison and burn marker. Neato. Yo, this is sick. And let's see what we got. Now, I'm pretty sure that every theme deck is going to have like a, so we got like a dark collection with Purloin and Liepard, Eevee. I would expect Umbreon. We've got Eviltal. Wow, those guys look cool. Bouffalant. Yo, check that out. That's cool. Umbreon GX. Chinese non-holo Umbreon GX. That is sick. Dang, look at those Electabuzz. Whoa, we got some lightning Pokemon. All right, Electrode watch. We're on Trode watch, guys. We're on Trode watch. Plusle and Minun. That's a nice Kamiya artwork, though. I do love that. All right, so this is Plusle. This must be Plusle, and that's Minun. That's so cute. Oh, we whip. Oh, yo, Tapu Koko. This is Flying Flip Tapu Koko. This is so sick. This card is really good in Gym Leader Challenge. Wow. Yeah, that's one for the binder for sure. Natalie and I also keep a collection of nice foreign cards for our Gym Leader Challenge decks, since in Gym Leader Challenge format, you can play whatever language cards you want. Who's got 2 retreat? Who? It doesn't have 2 retreat. What are you talking about? There's nothing here. Where do you see 2 retreat cost? I don't see that. Yeah, you guys are tripping. There's nothing there. Okay. No. Those are just the characters. It's got free retreat. Free retreat. Come on. I'm watching. Oh, you're watching on your phone? Oh, okay. So can't see. I'm watching on my phone. Wow, there's some cool cards in here, though. Double colorless energy. That's sick. Ultra Ball. That's sick. Chinese Ultra Ball. Chinese double colorless energy. Switch. I know you're excited to play your Tormenting Spray or whatever those are. Chinese Lily. That's cool. I'm amped about this Tapu Koko, honestly. I think the Tapu Koko is... Yeah, that guy is real sick. Talk about a unique fellow. And then Umbreon GX. I can't believe we whiffed the Trode. We did get some nice Electabuzz and Electivire, though. And a Kamiya Plusle. That's cool. Kamiya is my favorite Pokemon TCG artist by a lot. On to box number 2. What do the backs of the cards look like? They're like English cards. Yeah. It's funny because it's like they got the silver border. They got silver borders like Japanese cards. And then they got English backs. It's interesting. And then I've seen some cards like some Asian cards have yellow borders and English backs. So that's interesting. All right, looks like we got another Purloin. Some more Darkness Pokemon. Come on. There we go. Success. There's our Purloin and Liepard, Eevee. The Evil Tall Bouffalont. Is this Umbreon again? Yes. And we got Psychic this time around. Another Umbreon GX. Here we've got Golett. Not Golett. That's Golett. And then who's the... Golurk. Golett and Golurk. That's right. Yes. Golurk. Oh, Spearow. He's cute. And Fearow. Yo, now that is cool, though. All right, a Chinese non-holo Let Loose Marshadow. That's crazy. Yeah, we're getting some Gym Leader Challenge gold in here. That's a dope card for sure. I absolutely love Let Loose Marshadow. That card's amazing. Nest Ball. Love to see it. Double colorless energy. Cool. Yeah, that Let Loose Marshadow is super dope. Now, Am I going to be able to find the Electrode? We're 2 boxes down. Mr. Wogue asks, I have a trivia question for you. What are the 2 families or evolution lines to ever have had fire resistance in the history of the Pokemon TCG? Sheesh. I don't know. I'm going to guess Walrein. Salamence is totally one. There's no way. Bronzong? Why would Bronzong resist fire? That doesn't even make any sense. It has heat proof? What the heck? Yeah, thank you, Andrew, for the Prime sub. No, open more theme decks now. Listen, we still got 2 more. We're totally going to get it. Thank you, Star Fox, for the Prime sub. Is it Salamence and Bronzong? Is that it? But yeah, Bronzong. What the heck? Bronzong doesn't make any sense. Bronzong? That dude should be weak to metal. Some fighting dudes. Rockruff, Lycanroc. A Psychic Bronzong? Wow, that's crazy. Yo, Chinese Brooklet Hill? Okay. And then Lycanroc GX. Looks like we got water Pokemon as well. I can't believe we got the Lightning Pack and whiffed. I'm so sick. We got a playset of Chinese double colorless energy, though. That's cool, though. All right, we got the Lycanroc GX. The Brooklet Hill. It's a cool card. Sharpedo. Look at him. All right. And we've got one more. One more deck. Come on. I need you guys to manifest this Trode. Easiest Electrode pull of my life. You realize opening these theme decks, there's like, you get 2 types per deck. And there's only like, 10 types in the Pokemon TCG. But I guess you don't get, I don't think they include Dragon. Got another Psychic box. Okay. Esper. And what, Meowstick? That's Meowstick, right? But there's no stick. That is a Meowstick, right? Something like that. Drowsy. And Hypno. Dang, we got fighting again. Yo, Chinese Mewtwo. Okay. Mudbray. Diggersby. Zygarde. And that's it. No Electrode. How sad. I think we need to get like 10 of these theme decks to find the Electrode for sure. We'll get it. Trust. Chinese Mewtwo is kind of cool though. Yeah. Just 10 theme decks. We'll get it. All right. We whiffed the Trode, but there's still hope for the Roselia. We can do this. Come on. Now, these are the Sword and Shield V starter decks. Cool. We've got the Poison, Burn markers. No V-Star marker yet. This was pre-V-Star. You got your little how to play booklets. Still with a... Oh, this time it's a Lapras V. Wait, it was totally a Lapras GX on the other one, right? It was. Look at that. Yeah. Lapras GX. I like the consistency with Lapras, though. Lapras is a glorious Pokemon, so I respect that. Yeah. Whoever makes these just likes Lapras, and I respect that. 100%. Lapras just a great Pokemon. Okay, let's see what it do. Sandiconda. Little mini Sandiconda. Some Diglets. Dugtrio. Baltoy. And Stonejourner V. Hold up. We've got grass. Applin. Applin. Snover. Oh, he's cute. Snover. Obama Snow. Maractus. I'm starting to feel nervous, guys. Maractus. That ain't a Roselia. Appleton. It looks like we whiffed. We did get boss's orders, which is cool. Chinese boss's orders. Chinese Switch. Chinese Marnie. Another Chinese Marnie. Chinese Research. Chinese Quick Ball. Chinese Ordinary Rod. Wow, like 3 Marnies. I mean, okay. But no Roselia. Wow. That is unfortunate. We got it this time. Come on. The heartbreak of opening randomized theme decks to try and find the... Because the thing is that, like, you know, nobody's selling the single Roselia out of the Chinese theme deck. Like, very difficult to find that, you know, especially one that, like, ships internationally. So the easiest way to find them is to open them. Or to make connections with people who, you know, live in China and have access to the cards. We got Mudsdale, Stonejourner, Rhyhorn, the Dawn. Rhydon is a sick Pokemon, honestly. I love Rhydon. Sandaconda V. And then what do we got over here? Colorless is far. Sizzlipede, Oranguru. That's cool. Magmortor. Rayquaza. Lots of Marnies. Quick balls, boss's orders. That's sick. Okay, another whiff. We've got 2 decks left. This would be devastating if we whiff. Okay, there's something cool about this, though. Yo. Well. Would you look at that? It's kind of dope sealed, honestly. But we have to open it. But it is kind of a unique thing. You know, having it like that. That's pretty dope. And just make sure Natalie wants me to open this. I mean, there's not a good way to, like, you know, to store it. But it is super cool and unique like this, though. Open it? She says open it. Do you want me to check the last one and see if the last one has a Rosie in it? And then if it does, we can keep it sealed. And then you got a Rosie package. Look, you can display it just like that. Oh, you just want to keep the last one sealed like the box? All right, that's fine. Cool. All right, we're cracking it. Crack-a-lackin'. There they are. Look at that. Beautiful Chinese Roselia. Sick. We got a few for good measure. That's 2. So, you know, that's not bad. 50% success rate. I think we realize how lucky we are to get any of these, though. I mean, because just because you open a grass pack doesn't mean that you even get it. And there are, you know, there's a decent amount of types that you could pull. So, Cottony, Whimsicott, Durant, 3 Durant, and Rillaboomer is our Pokemon V. Got some Impidimps and Morgrims. Chinese Darkness Energy. Grimmsnarl. And a whole bunch of trainers. Ordinary Rod, Research, Quick Ball, another Ordinary Rod, Marnie, Boss. Dope. Yeah, good stuff. There's a lot of cool trainer staples in these decks. I mean, I think we probably got like 10 Marnies. So that's sick. A huge success with the Roselia. I'm going to keep the last one of these, you know, Chinese theme decks sealed. Huge thank you again to Robbie and Dawn for the help. They were able to ship us these cards from China, so huge thank you to Robbie and Dawn. And I'm sure Natalie will love these Roselia in her Roselia collection. Still looking for the theme deck Electrode, though. Unfortunate whiff on that from the All-Stars collection theme decks, but it's all good. We did get some really cool cards. Some cool Gym Leader Challenge staples as well, like the Tapu Koko, you know, is in almost every Lightning deck. Let Loose Marshadows in almost every Psychic deck. So really cool to have unique prints of those cards. And Natalie and I just started keeping a Gym Leader Challenge trade binder with all cool foreign cards in it. So those will definitely go in there. All right. And thank you, Robbie. Robbie's on the case, looking for the Electrode. Thank you, Robbie. Appreciate you. Okay, now what do we do? Pokemon cards. Oh, yeah. There's some new cards that got revealed. So let's do that. Head on over to the beach. It's actually like too warm in my studio, which is something that never happens. So I'm going to turn off my heater real quick. Turn off the heater, and then I've got like 2 layers on, so I'm going to simplify it to just a single layer. There we go. That's better. Cool. Do I think it would have been good for rare candy to have rotated to slow the pace of the game down? No. Stage 2 Pokemon are still going to have a hard time getting into play, even with rare candy, because of cards like Sableye. This is a vintage zip-up jacket by Ellesse, Ellesse. Ellesse. It's like a ski jacket that I got off of Grailed. Grailed is like a... It's like a... They got like cool vintage clothing and like also just... Yeah, they got stuff. It's cool. So anyways, what am I embarking on? All right. I've got a Liquid Death. All right, that's what we're going to do. Man, I got a... Apparently Liquid Death is owned by like, I think like a skateboarder. I'm pretty sure. I think I saw something about it. Cheers. All right. Dart is trying to summon my Revavroom GLC Stunlock. All right. For those of you that are in the Tricky Gym Discord, yeah, you know, I've been testing with Revavroom. I don't know. I don't think that Revavroom is very good in Gym Leader Challenge. Or at all. Okay. There, I said it. I put it out there. I did see that. Market dimly lit. I did. Yes. Revavroom is just not very good. The problem with Revavroom is that it's supposed to be a consistency card. Consistency cards are supposed to help you draw cards once you set them up, but the problem with Revavroom is that it's got a condition. It's a consistency card with a condition. So I could tell you, in like the over a dozen games that I've played with Revavroom, over the dozen games, I've never used it. No, Metal is really good, just without Revavroom. You don't need it. Never. I played a dozen games and I never used it. It was either I would like, because when your hand gets disrupted, you can't like, the card is, if the card's not good in Gym Leader Challenge, it's definitely not good in Standard. Revavroom is just explicitly bad in Standard because Bibarel is just better. And then the problem is that you want the card to be a consistency card to help you out of dead draws, but if you've got a dead draw, you can't depend on having an energy in your hands. And then also Greninja, the thing about Radiant Greninja is Radiant Greninja can draw you cards even if you have like a 8-card hand. I don't know. I'm not totally... I think that in my build of Metal for Gym Leader Challenge, as I have it right now, with like Kling Klang in it, I think that Revavroom's not needed. But I think that Revavroom could be good in maybe like a Magnezone Metal build. Yes, I agree. JD has pretty much had the exact same experience that I've had. When you find an energy, you already have too many cards in hand. Because the problem is, with Metal, you need to attach an energy from hand every turn. So you can't just like freely waste your energy to like draw cards, because you need to attach those. But, you know, maybe it might be able to work in a build of Metal that like just plays like 15 to 20 Metal energy. But even then, in a Gym Leader Challenge deck, if you've got like 15 to 20 Metal energy, you're probably just going to have an inconsistent deck. X Factor says, I would rather have Revavroom over Kling Klang. Just use Bronze Art. No, Kling Klang is broken. Kling Klang is it. I'm telling you. Thank you, Nada Stuff, for the Prime sub, and Delish Fish Dish for the Prime sub. Because the thing is that you've got the new Zamazenta, which does 220 damage. You've got the Zamazenta, and that Zamazenta takes 3 energy. So powering up and then the elephant, you know, Caparajah takes like 3 energy. Heatran takes 3 energy. It's like all your guys are so energy hungry that I think that the Kling Klang just like needs to be in there. Because the Kling Klang's an attacker. Like the Kling Klang, I think, is like the best card in the deck. It's so good. I don't think that every Gym Leader Challenge deck needs to have like, you know, a card like Bibarel to be successful. They don't. I mean, like, look at Grass. Grass doesn't have like a draw. Grass has Beautifly, and then typically doesn't play it. You don't need to use Devolution Spray with Kling Klang. You just evolve it. It just gets you 3 extra energy into play, which is like perfect. I think that there's probably a different way to build Metal that can incorporate Revavroom. However, I do believe that my favorite version of Metal, and for what I believe to be the best version of Metal, doesn't need to play it. That's what I think. It's like saying the best version of Grass doesn't need to play Beautifly. Maybe there are versions of Grass that can incorporate Beautifly. I think Beautifly is sick, but it's like that. Mass Dave says, I'll have a nice Magnezone list when the deck comes out. I look forward to it, Dave. Now, don't get me wrong. I think that Metal is broken, for sure. I've just found that when trying to incorporate Revavroom into the best Metal deck, what I've found is it doesn't really jive with the other Metal cards. Like, I feel like Revavroom doesn't jive with what Metal does best, which is just setting up gigantic dudes and never dying. And then also, you just got cards like Wobbuffet, which just... Like, one of the things that makes Metal, in my opinion, so good is that it's not overly reliant on abilities. But then when you make your deck overly reliant on abilities... Yo, thanks, Tom, for the sub and the 16 months. When you make your metal deck over-reliant on abilities like Revavroom, and you build the whole deck to be ability-reliant on Revavroom, then you're more susceptible to cards like Wobbuffet and Galarian Weezing. Right, so... Anyways, it's something I've been thinking of. I've been working on it quite a bit. Icky says it's not about needed, it's about fun. And that is a great point, Icky. It is. Ghosty Gamer says, why are you not at the International? Because it costs $2,000 to fly there. Yeah. Because it costs $2,000 to fly there. And money don't grow on trees. Thank you, Best Pal Al, for the Prime sub and the 33 months. Appreciate it. So, yeah. That is what it is. Of course, I'm excited for NAIC in Ohio. Yeah, it's been in Columbus for a while. So anyways, I think that, you know, maybe I'm going to keep working on Revavroom because I like Revavroom a lot. I'm going to keep working on it to see if I can find a... I'm going to keep working on it and see if I can find a Revavroom build that I like. But I think that I'm going to change my metal deck to being kind of like my classic metal build with Kling Klang. That's my favorite version of metal right now. And I think that it'll probably remain my favorite version of metal, even with Scarlet and Violet. Grim X Grin with the 5 gifties. Yo, thank you, Grim. Appreciate you. 46 total gifted subs to the channel. Victor says Revavroom seems so busted on paper, but when you really think about it, what it's a consistency card that has a condition. It's just, it's like it doesn't, I don't know, I feel like it doesn't do enough. Shupan says, I'm making a 20 energy metal deck right now. The issue I kept finding that it's just like when I needed to Revavroom, it's like when I needed to Revavroom, I didn't have the energy in my hand. Do I think Gym Leader Challenge on live will be fine? I think that most of us are probably just planning on playing Gym Leader Challenge in paper. Yeah. Yeah, I'd agree with Phoenix Fire's summation there. I think that Revavroom is good in Magnezone builds of metal. I would agree with that. Because then you have a real reason to want to play cards like Mount Cornet or Viridian or I think that Revavroom is going to be unplayable in Standard. I do think that Revavroom's cool because it enables a new way to build metal. I agree. But I guess it's not going to be like the Bieberell of metal, you know? It's not going to be like the Abyssal Hand Octillery of metal. I think Revavroom just seems unplayable in standard. I think Bibarel is just better. You have Bibarel and you have Radiant Greninja. So I just don't see why Revavroom would need to see play. No, BTC, my metal list has changed quite a bit since that post on Twitter. I have Ball Guy in there now. That was like, yeah. I have Ball Guy in there now. I have like the right Clinks and Clang, or right Clinks and Clang. Yeah, that's like kind of like that's like a rough sketch of where the list was going, but it's got Ball Guy in there now for sure. Ball Guy is really good in metal because you get to get heavy balls. Too. I think I just thought Ball Guy was in there when I posted that list or when I played that event, and it just wasn't. I like Revavroom a lot. I hope it's good. But also, I need to be a little bit realistic about it. So, we took a look at Jet Energy. Jet Energy is going to be broken. This card is just very, very good. Yo, I trust Dave. I trust. I like the new look of the Battle EX decks. These look fantastic. For sure. More playable cards is always just good for Gym Leader Challenge. It's going to allow for more deck diversity 100%. You know, not every metal list is going to be the same. And having more options is always just better. Always. I do think that Revavroom will see play in Metal Gym Leader Challenge decks. In some decks. In some, not all. I think that's where I'm at with it. It'll see play in some, but not all. And I don't think that Revavroom will see play in standard format. That's like that's my take. It's not going to be as ubiquitous as Bibarel in colorless or as Abyssal Hand Octillery in water or Inteleon in water decks, right? It's not going to be as good as those. But it will exist probably like a Delphox in Fire kind of situation. Where Delphox is played in like some fire builds. I'd say it's probably like that. We'll put it on that level. It's just like, or like Beautifly in grass. Like, it's like that. Like, Beautifly is a great option for grass to have, even though, you know, not every grass deck plays it, but it's still a great option. So Jet Energy is going to be really good. We got the new Origin Form Palkia V-Star League Battle decks coming out. Paldea Pals, Mini-Tins. And let's take a look at these guys. Okay. Several more cards have just been revealed from Triplet Beach. The set will release in Japan on March 10th. I've pre-ordered 6 booster boxes. I'm ready to go. Icky, you don't like Delphox? I thought you were a fire gamer. Wait a minute. Your whole Twitch chat persona is fire gaming. And yet you don't rock with Delphox? All about Salazzle? See, I'm big I'm big Delphox over Salazzle, in my opinion. I think Delphox is so... I just love Delphox as a Pokemon. I think Delphox is super cool. And then also, I prefer to fill my hand to 6 rather than discard energy, draw 3. But that's just like my opinion, man. Yeah, I think Delphox is like unlimited power. Tell me how we're getting another Mismagius. Oh, yeah, Awkward Color. That is definitely a tough deck. But it's fun, though. Delphox creeps you out? What's creepy about Delphox? Here, I'm just going to do a quick Google search of Delphox. What? Why? Delphox is sick, dude. Delphox is like a fire mage. Like, look how sick Delphox is. It's got a wand. Yeah, that's awesome. It's also a fox Pokemon. That's cool. It's also like wearing a robe. Listen, I'm not going to pay attention to what the internet says about Delphox. I have a nice, pure mind, and I think Delphox is cool. Listen, I'm a good, God-fearing man, and I can appreciate the design of Delphox for what it is. Yeah. Now, people, on the other hand, yeah, you can't trust people, that's for sure. People are messed up. Delphox didn't do anything wrong. Nothing. Now, Zeraora, I don't mess with Zeraora, all right? I don't. What is it anyway? Yeah. I don't even... See, Zeraora doesn't do it for me. It's a Thundercat. Listen. Cats don't need to stand on 2 feet, all right? Zeraora is not cooler than Delphox. No way. Delphox is cooler than Zeraora. Yeah, Fox can stand on 2 feet. That's fine. Cats, no. Listen, I'm not going to make a poll to pit Delphox against Zeraora because I know that Delphox is cooler. I don't need anybody's... I don't need, to fish for reassurance. I know factually that Delphox is cooler than Zeraora. No, I know it. I'm confident. All I'm saying, though, is you definitely can't say Delphox is creepy and then in the same breath like Zeraora. All right, one of them. Yeah, why is there Aura got a shaved stomach? I know why. It's because the lightning shocked it off. It's like Flaffy. All right, thank you, Icky. At least we could agree on that. Now, Flaffy. See, now that is an awesome Pokemon. It's about as good as they come. That's like a perfect Pokemon right there. Flaffy is so effortlessly cool. Honestly, one of the coolest Pokemon ever. Yeah, Flaffy is definitely like peak Pokemon design, 100%. I mean, its ears are dope, its tail is dope, its little fluffy mane thing is dope. Absolutely nothing wrong about Flaffy. Yup. Look at that. Just enjoying the sunset. Beautiful. I do personally like Flaffy more than Ampharos, yeah. It's one of those, it's like Wartortle. Some people aren't going to like this, but Wartortle is better than Blastoise. Oh, yeah, dude. He's got wings on his head, dude. Yeah, 100%. Honestly, Ken Sugimori the GOAT. Yeah, Wartortle's design's just insane. Wartortle is... Yeah, like, it's just... It feels like it's his perfect Pokemon, you know? Blastoise is cool and all, and I rock with Blastoise, but I do like Wartortle better. Dang. Look at him. He's nice. Wartortle. Dang, there's like not that many Wartortle cards. What the heck? This is criminal, honestly. Wartortle needs more love, stat. What are some other good middle evos? Any other middle evolutions that are better than their final evolutions? So far, we got Wartortle, and we got Fletchinder. That's 100% Fletchinder, for sure. Fletchinder is like peak bird. Never needed to become Talonflame. JR, you got to be kidding with Charmeleon. Braixen? No, actually, Braixen's cool. How is Braixen terrible? What are you talking about? Braixen's sick. Dusclops. Yeah. Dusclops is cooler than Dusknoir. Croconaw. Yeah, I agree. I agree with the Dusclops better than Dusknoir take. Did I spell Croconaw right? Yeah. Croconaw better than Feraligatr? Well, we got this peak Croconaw artwork here. Croconaw's pretty good. Haunter? Yeah, I could see that. The thing is that Haunter is really sick, so it's got that going for it. But then Gengar is also one of the most beloved Pokemon in the franchise. So you're going to have a hard time convincing people that Haunter is cooler than Gengar. But, because usually people who are fans of Gengar are fans of, like, the whole line. I'm not talking about pre-evolutions that are better than their evolutions. Specifically, I'm looking for the middle evolutions that are better than their final evolutions. Like, Rhydon is better than Rhyperior, 100%. Yeah, Rhyperior, I've never rocked with Rhyperior, but Rhydon is sick. Giovanni had a Rhydon. He didn't need no Rhyperior. Yeah, Rhydon was as cool as it needed to be. You did not need to... Yeah, Rhydon goes crazy. Like this Rhydon right here. Love it. ACOGger, I'm gonna be 100. I think Pidgeotto, I could not even tell you the difference between Pidgeotto and Pidgeot. They are the same Pokemon. Not enough of a difference there. Metapod? Thank you, Eevee, for that Prime sub in the 2 months. I appreciate you, Eevee. Thank you. Drizzile? Not the entire Inteleon line is lame, so no. Krokorok? I do think that... Yeah, Inteleon is super lame, 100%. Krokorok is cooler. Yeah, I agree with this take. Krokorok is the coolest of all of these. Yeah. 100%. Yeah, Krokorok. Look, he's got like sunglasses on. He's so cool. Yeah. See, Trey knows. Raboot. That's another 100% correct. Raboot is the best one of this line. Like by a lot. Yeah. I think almost everybody would agree that this is the coolest one in this line. I'm pretty sure. If this would be the closest we would get to like a unanimous... Yeah. The closest... I don't even like the bunny that much, the little one. But I do like Raboot. Raboot is sick. Cinderace, lame. And then Scorbunny, also lame. But Raboot is like very cool. So it's yeah, it's very, very funny. Leverage says, I'm tired of people saying Brion is ugly. Aw. I'm just saying, Brion only got 2 Pokemon cards. Brion's not ugly. Brion seems nice. But only 2. Duat? You guys are tripping talking about Duat. All right, this Duat artwork does make Duat actually seem somewhat likable. I'll give you that. But I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. This entire line is not cool. Nah. Like, Duat might be better than its final evolution, but that's because the whole line stinks. Yeah. Oshawott is like the coolest of the 3, and then Duat is like slightly less cool, and then Samurott, like, good God. Thank you, Will and Daniel, for the Prime sub. It's 27 months. I think we can all agree. All right, chat, say it with me. What's the worst middle evolution of all time? It's not close. It's not close. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, I get it. There's like 1,000 Pokemon now, you know. They can't all be winners, but... All I'm saying is if this thing attacks you in the forest, I'm going to die of laughter, not its attacks. Yeah. Shelgon? Is it 1L? Shelgon's cool. Yeah, this guy is dope. I don't know why we got haters on Shelgon. What's there to hate about Shelgon? He's a volleyball. Yeah. Like, look at how triumphant Shelgon looks there. Yeah, and then look at this Shelgon. That's a nice one. Look at this Shelgon. That's a nice one. They lurk deep within caves, motionless, neither eating or drinking. Why they don't die is not known. That's sick, honestly. Look at the felt cutouts in the back. Too angry to die. Shelgon lives deep within caves. It stays shut up in its hard shell, dreaming of the day it will be able to fly. That's so cute. Yeah, Shelgon's cool. Look at this Shelgon. You already know it's a Kamiya artwork. Of course it is. You're telling me you're going to hate on this Shelgon right here? Absolutely not. Peter the Lizard says, can I say that just as you're thinking about new content, I'm loving just looking at cool Pokemon? Looking at cool Pokemon is always a vibe. There's a lot of Pokemon to talk about, you know? Dang. Is it the same? Holy smokes. What? I never noticed this. They brought it back. That's so cool. Like, I've seen them do... I know they did this in Celestial Storm, like, obviously with the... like, obviously, I know they did it with Magcargo. Like, obviously. But I never noticed they did it with Shelgon. And I also never noticed they did it with the photograph artwork. You know? I don't know. Is there any other, like, clay figure artwork that had been... yeah, thanks, Trey. Any other clay figure artwork that had been brought back like that? I mean, that's like a big question, but... that's cool to see. It's cool. You got some new, you got some new entries into the middle evolution with Scarlet and Violet, like Bisharp. Bisharp is now a middle evolution. For the longest was just a stage 1, but now Bisharp is a middle evo. Primeape is now a middle evo. Well, and that's the thing, is Primeape is super cool, but you're going to have a lot of you know, Primeape 2 fans. So, yeah, sorry, Stellar Wish, for the spoilers there. Spoiler warning. Thank you, Patrick, for the Prime sub and the 3 months. Okay. Oh, new cards from Triplet Beat. Triplet Beat is out March 10th, and I've got 6 booster boxes of it on the way, so I'm very excited about this. Miss Magius keeps getting cards. That's crazy. It's got the ability Magical Flick. When you play this card from your hand to evolve one of your Pokemon during your turn, you may choose an energy attached to your opponent's active Pokemon and move it to one of their bench Pokemon. Yeah. That's a disruptive ability. And then Psychic does 60 damage for 2. Then we got new Dedenne EX, which is Psychic. Isn't it funny that they made the Psychic? It's like, it almost, if you kind of like, if you squint a little bit. All right, so stand back. Stand back. And if you squint a little bit, you'd be like, is that a fairy card? What? Fairy's back? Oh, no, it's just Psychic. What the heck? It's because, like, look at this. It's got the fairy hat on, and these crystals here are pink. So it's like they're overlaying the purple with, like, some pink touches, and then it's like you could do like a double take, and it's like, oh, fairy's back? No. So it's like they're doing a little bit of fan service for the fairy lovers, because they're never bringing fairy Pokemon back, chat. Never. Fairies are gone forever. Yeah. Fairies are gone forever because I agree with it. Just 11 types is just too many. There's just no reason to have that many types. Just work on balancing the game, you know. Also, sets were getting too big. It's like, if you've got to have 11 different types in every set, yeah. Sets were too big. All right, so Dedenne EX, too big, too much bulk, too hard to balance the game. But then again, when you're talking about balancing the game, I mean, do they even do that? Or do they just make a card? It's like, part of me wonders, like, do they balance the game, or do they just print a card that needs to beat the last card? Because I'm not going to lie, lately, it feels like they just be printing cards that beat the cards before it. And it feels like they've been doing that for years. Frankly, that's what's been happening. Like, explicitly since Team Up. Since Team Up, every single card that has been printed, every single main card is like built to beat the card before it. So, yeah, it's kind of crazy. It's been a long time. So we're kind of hoping that they stop that with Scarlet and Violet and focus on really balancing the game. That's what the hope is. Dedenne EX, 170 hit points. The terrestrial thing, it doesn't take any damage from attacks while on the bench. Cool, whatever. I know people are like upset. They want a brand new fancy mechanic. I just want a balanced game. I don't really care one way or the other. So it does, like, that kind of thing doesn't upset me. What upsets me isn't like missed opportunities with a fancy new mechanic. All the mechanics are gimmicks, guys. They're all gimmicks, okay? All of them. They're just like, they're mostly gimmicks. I didn't like the VMAX mechanic. All right, I'll say this mechanic doesn't bother me, but VMAXing actively did. You know? Like, let's just make a huge Pokemon that gives up 3 prizes. Like, no. All right. What I'm saying is, all right, so compared directly to the VMAX mechanic, which was just a literally gigantic Pokemon that gave up 3 prizes. That's what neutrality, you got it. It's very inoffensive, which is like I said, I'm just fine with it. Like, cuz it doesn't offend me. Whereas VMAXing offended me as someone who's really passionate about the Pokemon trading card game. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, is it the most exciting thing? No. Does it kill my game? Also, no. So that's great. There's still hope, right? So, like, you gotta take your wins where you get them, because as fans of the game, all we can hope is that they don't kill it, right? Or that they don't create something so powerful that it destroys the game. So, you know, did I love the V-Star mechanic? No, I didn't like the V-Star mechanic either. I didn't like the VMAX mechanic, and I didn't like the V-Star mechanic. They're both way too powerful. How do you guys feel about Lugia being able to get 2 Archeops on turn 2? Does that seem good? Well balanced? Is that cool? Is it great for the game? Apparently 50% of Oceania Day 2 is Lugia. 50%. 50% of the Day 2 metagame in Oceania is Lugia. It almost doubled from Day 1 to Day 2. That's how broken. It's a tier 0 broken deck. So, I think that the VMAX mechanic was a terrible card design. I think that the V-Star mechanic is a terrible card design. So when I just see something that isn't actively offensive, I'm like, you know what? That's okay. That's fine. That's fine. I can live with that. I can live with that. That's fine. We can, at least this isn't going to get in the way of me enjoying the Pokemon trading card game. That's how I feel about the terrestrial phenomenon. Right? And that's okay. That's okay. Because at this point, that's all I want. Well, even still, so like say, all right, well, Lugia won't be good without its special energy. All right, what about being able to knock out whatever Pokemon you want for 2 energy? Or what about evolving a stage 1 into play and then playing a double computer search for free to go get whatever 2 cards you want out of your deck? Or what about just being able to splash 3 energy from your discard pile to whatever you want to launch whatever insane powerful attack you want out of nowhere? Like, for no cost. At least GX attacks were attacks that you had to like use and pay for. Some of these abilities are just nuts. So what I'm saying is the whole V-Star thing, in my mind, all the V-Stars are just too broken. What are we going to do otherwise? Set up a board and manage resources? Well. Yeah, Lucario Melmetal, that was actually a cool deck, right? Because it forced resource management. So I liked the design of Lucario Melmetal. I did. But then there were welder decks that, God, don't even get me started on welder decks. Oh my God. Yeah. So it almost makes me laugh when I see, yeah, anyways, it's fine. Dedenne EX, Tail Swap. Move all damage counters from one of your bench Pokemon to your opponent's active Pokemon. It's a little Healy boy. And then Wonder Shot, 170 damage. It's not a good card. Wooper, Paldean Wooper. Paldean Wooper again. And Paldean Clodsire EX, 280 hit points for a Pokemon that gives up 2 prizes. So, like, in order to course correct from the insane power creep during the Sword and Shield era, the absolutely insane power creep during the Sword and Shield era, which was brought on by the insane power creep of the tag team era, right? In order to course correct, now they need to make 2 prize Pokemon that have the same amount of hit points as 3 prize Pokemon. I mean, that's just... yeah, it's crazy. And this is what they've been doing with V-Stars the whole time too, I guess. But at least it evolves from a single prize Pokemon. But still, it's crazy to me that you're going from 60 to 280. That's fine. 60 to 280. You know what? I prefer that. I do prefer 60 to 280. I prefer that to remember, I mean, I guess in the Sun and Moon era, Zoroark, right? So Zoroark GX had what, 210 hit points? Going from 60 to 210, now we go from 60 to 280. That's fine. I mean, this is just where we are now. So then, like, the thing is, and this is why we say that expanded as a format doesn't work anymore, because the power levels aren't the same. When you go from, like like, how are you supposed to play? How are you supposed to play Gardevoir GX, a stage 2 Pokemon that has 230 hit points, with stage 1 Pokemon that have 280 hit points? How are you supposed to play Gardevoir GX, which has 230 hit points, with the new Gardevoir EX that has 310 hit points, right? So, like, that's why expanded doesn't make sense anymore, because you can't even go back to Sun and Moon on. The cards don't make sense because the power creep has happened too fast, right? The power creep has happened too fast that the cards don't play together. They're not meant to play together. Like, very clearly, they're not meant to play together. So, yeah, I mean, that's just, Zoroark GX, which is the most winning card in the history of the Pokemon TCG, the most winning card, 210 hit points, and it does 120 damage for 2 energy. Isn't that nuts? Do you think that this card is playable in expanded format? No, it's dead now. You can't. It's just like, so why even go back to the Sun and Moon era if all these cards... If all of these cards don't, like, play nicely with the new power level of cards, what's the point? There is no point. So all expanded is you're just taking the most modern cards from Team Up On, and then you just break them with the most broken trainer cards ever printed, right? You break them even further. Then they're already, break them even further than they already are. So, yeah, that's why I say expanded format. Like, even a hard rotation to Sun and Moon on won't fix expanded format, because the Sun and Moon cards don't play well with the Sword and Shield cards, unless you're talking about tag teams. The tag teams do. So you could have an expanded format that was like Sun and Moon on, but you're just kind of assuming, you're just basically saying it's tag team on, right? But, like, frankly, I think that, like, the tag team era and the Sword and Shield era are some of the worst eras of the Pokemon TCG ever. So I don't really know why we would ever want to do that. So yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting to think about, because it's like, we're here. We're here now. There's no going back. I think Sun and Moon through Lost Thunder format is a fine format, but overrated. I think people, like, I think it's a good format, but I think, like, people who call it the best format ever, I think they're tripping a little bit. But it was a fine format. I did enjoy early tag team. I enjoyed Pikarom format. But then once it got into, like, Welder, Reshizard stuff, I was, like, kind of... And then with Dedenne I enjoyed it before Dedenne GX and Welder came out. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't really clicked. I haven't clicked with like anything really in the Sword and Shield era. Mew VMAX was kind of fun to play. Maybe just because it's purely degenerate, but even then, it's like playing Mew VMAX is like eating McDonald's. Like sometimes McDonald's slaps, but if you play too much, then you're gonna get heartburn. It's not good for your mental health. Not good for you. It's not healthy, you know. You know, sometimes that 20-piece McNugget hits just right, and you're like, dang, with the barbecue sauce and the Coke to drink and the large French fry, man. But then, like, you know, you eat McDonald's for like 5 days straight, and you're like, I think I'm gonna die. Which is like how I feel. That's kind of how I feel playing Mew VMAX. And I'd say that's the closest point of comparison. But I am generally excited about the new direction of the game. I feel like it's going in a great direction. But I think it's going to take a while to it's going to take a while to move past what they've built in the Sword and Shield era. It's just going to take a while. It's just going to take time. And I know that, you know, my opinions are my own. There's people who, you know, have had a great time with Sword and Shield. I can just say, like, in my time playing Pokemon cards is definitely the least invested I've ever been into the metagame, because nothing really captivates me or makes me want to, like, yeah, nothing's really doing it for me right now. Except for Mew VMAX, which feels like a 20-piece McNugget with a large fry. Vodouche says, Sword and Shield is great for me as a new player. I don't need to think to play Duraludon. Well, I think that was the goal of the Sword and Shield era. I want to say, I think that Pokemon was trying to, like, bring in more people, teach more people how to play, make the game less intimidating. I think that, like, existentially, that's what was happening. They even said it. Celia's got a good video on it. They went out there and said it. They said that they were trying to simplify the game to make it more accessible. They literally said that. So, and, you know, to be fair, in order to in order to, you know, progress, you kind of want your game to grow. So how do you get your game to grow? Right? You teach more people to play. How do you get more people to play? You make it easier? You know, I mean, it's like, it makes sense. Yeah. It makes sense, I guess, but I don't agree with it. Like, I understand how they got there, but I don't agree with the ultimate decision. I don't agree with. But I mean, we can look back now. You can look back at the impact of the tag team era and the Sword and Shield era, and I don't know. We've got the biggest regionals of all time. So, can you say that they failed? It's like, yeah, I don't know, right? Were they successful in their goal? At whatever cost it cost, you know, were they successful? We do have the biggest regionals of all time. They can point to that. Pokemon cards have sold more than they've ever sold before. Well, I think like if the goal was to simplify the game in order to bring more people in, and then like maybe they've done that now and are like, okay, well now we're going to start moving it back in like the cool direction. We're gonna start like, you know, making it kind of like more fun again. And it does seem like Scarlet and Violet is kind of going that way. So that's the hope. Well, right. And then you got, well, the thing is the people who are design. So when we're talking about card design, the people who design the cards are Pokemon Japan. That's not TPCI. So it's important to like kind of have that distinction. We're talking about, this is Pokemon Japan. All these decisions about the direction of the game, overarching direction, that all comes from Pokemon Japan. So, we're always trying to just like guess where they're going with the game because we literally have like no communication over that, you know, except for there's some interviews with, you know, there's that Celio's Network interview where he's like reporting on an interview where the game designers in Japan said they were trying to simplify the game to make it more accessible. Yeah. Darth Riley says, Sword and Shield got me back into the game after I hadn't played since high school in the 90s. Yeah, I mean, for sure. For sure. I mean, Pokemon is a fun game. I believe that the core mechanics of the Pokemon trading card game, I do believe that it is a very fun, a great game. And if you want proof of that, you really just need to look at Gym Leader Challenge. Because Gym Leader Challenge kind of like, I feel like it allows the core mechanics of the Pokemon trading card game to shine, right? By stripping away a lot of the power creep and like gimmicks and mechanics over the years that that kind of, in a lot of ways, detract from the core mechanics of the Pokemon TCG. And, you know, when we talk about a format that doesn't need to, Gym Leader Challenge doesn't need to make products fly off the shelves. Gym Leader Challenge doesn't need to do anything from a marketing perspective. All it needs to do is be fun to play, right? So when you talk about just stripping away all the marketing, stripping away all the gimmicks, it feels like Gym Leader Challenge is kind of just like what Pokemon cards at its core is. And that's a very fun and engaging thing to do. I mean, Gym Leader Challenge has kind of like saved my interest in the Pokemon TCG, really, because it's allowed me to appreciate and enjoy games of Pokemon, you know, for years, which has been awesome. So I believe at its core, Pokemon is a very good, well-designed game. There's some really good, there's a really good foundation there. So I believe in the future of the Pokemon TCG because Pokemon's a great game. And it does seem like with Scarlet and Violet that things are heading back in a good direction. I have to say, like that's why when I see cards like Dedenne EX, that doesn't make me mad. I'm like, all right, cool, that's fine. You're not killing it. All right, great. Yeah, when I see cards like Dedenne EX, when I see the terrestrial phenomenon in the Pokemon TCG, I don't care. I'm like, cool, that's fine. All right. Good. You're not killing it. No, I think the terrestrial phenomenon's great. Why? Because it doesn't kill the Pokemon trading card game. Pokemon VMAX arguably were terrible for the Pokemon TCG. Pokemon V-Star, I also believe, were not very good for the Pokemon TCG. Pokemon Tag Team were, I believe, not very good for the health of the Pokemon TCG. So when we talk about these gimmicks and these mechanics, really, so long as I'm seeing something that doesn't actively destroy the Pokemon TCG, that's fine. Underwhelming, I can live with that. Actively overpowered, I don't want. So that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. It doesn't bother me. And I think the card design that we've seen so far in Scarlet and Violet, I've been excited about. There's powerful basic Pokemon, there's powerful stage 1 Pokemon, and there's powerful stage 2 Pokemon. That is what makes Pokemon good and fun to play. You need to have diversity in strategies. What's so mind-numbingly boring about standard format right now is that there is no diversity. It is just V-Stars and Lost Box decks. That's it. And there is no stage 1 deck. There is no stage 2 deck. It's just V-Stars, broken V-Stars, and broken Lost Box. That's it. Sure, and Mew VMAX, which is just another broken stage 1. They're just like these over-bloated stage 1s that evolve from big, beefy 2-prizers. I mean, they're all, like, structurally, they're all the same. Thank you, Bej ZL, for that Prime sub. Thank you. I mean, even if a deck like Zoroark Box was a thing, and I think that says a lot about the health of the format, that the Zoroark Box strategy is not really in good formats. Like, this card would have been a deck that, in good, healthy, balanced formats, a deck like this would be viable, right? Because all of the pieces are there, but it's not, because it's not a V-Star, it's not a V-Max, it's just it's just so that's the problem with the format, is that it's too broken. Yeah, the multi-prizers are too fast. The Lost Box deck is, hates out everything else. It's just, it's not really. But in good formats, this would have been a promising archetype. And then you have some diversity, right? In good formats, a deck like this would be promising. In good formats, so say if Sword and Shield wasn't broken, you might have some sort of nice stage 2 deck that was viable. Sableye is the only reason that Zorobox isn't real. It's one of the reasons why Zorobox isn't real. One of them. Also, I mean, you remember Palkia with Radiant Greninja? Remember that? Canceling Cologne. Double custom catcher your Manaphy. Canceling Cologne. Radiant Greninja. I mean, it's just, sheesh. Not custom catcher. You know what I mean. Cross switcher. Yeah. So, you look at good formats 2017, where you had those different strategies. You had big basics that played well alongside stage 1s. You had stage 2s that played well with stage 1s and basics. I mean, you had some decks that were just pure big basics, but then you had also more complicated decks that were stage 2s. You had some decks that were all stage 1s. I mean, you had like all this variety. You know, you had Greninja Break, which was just a stage 3 deck. I mean, my goodness. Right? I mean, look at the difference. Let's see. Like, yes, there's a decent amount of Espeon Garbodor here. It was the hot deck for this tournament. But let's focus on variety, right? You had Drampa Garbodor winning. You had Drampa Garbodor. You had the basic Pokemon Drampa GX, 180 hit points, combined with a stage 1 Pokemon with 120 hit points. The stage 1 had 2 different stage 1s that you played in the deck, which, you know, altered your strategy. Trashalanche was a very skill-based card because your opponent, it was only as good as your opponent played into it, right? Then you had a deck like Decidueye Vileplume, and Kettler is a longtime player who pretty much pioneered this archetype and was like a pro at it and was the best at playing this archetype during that time. This is literally a double stage 2 deck. It's an item lock deck where you set up Vileplume, but then you also set up Decidueye. You snipe things with Feather Arrow. You recover resources from the discard pile with Hollow Hunt GX, and deciding when and what to Hollow Hunt GX was a very skill-based decision and something that made this deck hard to play because you had to decide exactly what to get back from the discard pile and when. You could also utilize Hollow Hunt GX to help you play out of Trashalanche Garbodor by removing item cards from your own discard pile to make it so that Garbodor did less damage. And this is a turbo deck. I mean, you drew through your deck very quickly. You had Shaman EX, you had Trainer's Mail. It's a turbo deck, but it's also a lock deck, and it's also a snipe deck. I mean, like, all these different things, right? And you have a card from the Sun and Moon era playing nicely with a card from the X and Y era, right? Because these two cards, with Forest of Giant Plants, which is banned in expanded format now. But it was fine in this format because the power level of the cards wasn't that insane. Razor Leaf did 90 damage. And this is the important thing. You have none of these cards are one-hit KOing things, right? Decidueye GX did 90 damage. Just the card, from a card design perspective, it did 90 damage, right? Lugia EX, Arrow Ball was not one-hit KOing things. It was just doing like a middling amount of damage. You had Igor Costa. These are two different kinds of Decidueye decks. You had the item lock variant, and then you also had the non-item lock variants, which focused on just, it's a pure spread deck, right? No item lock shenanigans. You're just using Alolan Ninetales Ice Blade, does 50 anywhere. Tapu Koko's Flying Flip, 20 to everything. Alolan Vulpix is Beacon Attack to help set up. Decidueye GX to spread damage, and also can Razor Leaf and Hollow Hunt GX. Alolan Ninetales GX had Ice Path GX, which you could just completely heal it, move all that damage. It was super cool. Very skill-intensive deck to play. Gustavo just played a Ninetales deck. I don't even think I knew this. Holy smokes. This was just a Ninetales deck. Look at that. Literally is just a stage 1 deck that played Alolan Ninetales, and you actually used Aqua Patch to accelerate energy. Now, I was literally in this top 8, and I didn't even know that Gustavo was playing this. That's crazy. Yeah, but just look at this. Look at the variety so far. We have 3. We have... My God. Okay. So in the top 8 of this 1,350 player tournament, we have 7 different decks. 7 in the top 8. And of those 7 different decks, you have wildly different strategies. Ryan Sablehouse played Volcanion. This was the big basic deck. This is literally just your like turbo big basics. Volcanion EX. You set up with Power Heater. You swing with Volcanic Heat. You use Steam Up. You pump up your Volcanic Heat to take big one-hit knockouts. And then this guy playing a Zoroark Break deck. Would you look at that? Andre Machone. I've heard of this guy. Pretty cool. So this deck used Zoroark with the Mind Jack attack, which only did as much damage as your opponent played into. So like if your opponent benched more Pokemon, then Mind Jack did more damage. But then if your opponent was stingy with their bench, then Mind Jack's not doing a lot of damage. Zoroark Break, Foul Play could only copy what attacks your opponent put into play. So Zoroark Break, you know, if your opponent was playing Trash Lance, you could punish them for using their own items. And then you comboed that with Drampa GX, 180 hit points. But the thing is that Zoroark and Zoroark Break could knock out Drampa GX. Drampa GX was just a good, solid attacker. Berserk did 150 damage. It could get up to 180 damage if you had a choice belt on it. And this was a really skill-intensive deck to play because when you were playing a Zoroark Mirror, there was so much that went into it. The Zoroark Mirror is crazy because Zoroarks can knock out Drampas, right? And then Zoroarks could sometimes miss knockouts on Zoroark Breaks if you pared your bench down enough. So then you get into things like Professor Kukui math really matters because you can boost your damage by 20. Magma Secret Base can matter. There's like a lot of different things going on here. Then you had Greninja. Greninja! A literal stage 3 deck. Okay. You set up Greninja Break, you spread damage all over your opponent's board. It's a very slow, grindy deck to set up. But when it does, you can shut off your opponent's abilities. There's a Talonflame break in here. The goal is to open Talonflame, set up your Greninjas, and then you use Water Shuriken to spread damage onto them. It's like, look how exciting this is. You know? You also have arguably, you know, people call this the most stacked top 8 of all time. You have all the best players in the world, except for this guy's total scrub. But other than this guy, you've got all the best players in the world up here. At a 1,350 player tournament. You got Tapu Bulu right here. Tapu Bulu Vikavolt. It's crazy. I mean, this is a very... You had Turbo Dark. I played against Sam Hugh in day 2. Or maybe it was the end of day 1. Turbo Dark. You had Metagross GX. Mega Ray. I did play against Reno in day 2 with Mega Ray. It's crazy. But this was the most fun format I ever played in like the modern era. And this in my mind is like quintessentially like a great format because of the deck diversity, the diversity in strategy, because of rewarding high-level play and decision-making. I feel like with Tag Team Pokemon and the Sword and Shield era, a lot of that got... it just made me less excited to play during those eras. And when I'm less passionate about something, I'm not as driven to like really invest the time into like, you know, because it's like if something's less rewarding, it's going to be... I'm someone who does things that I'm passionate about. That's like, you know, I'm not going to be as passionate about every single format. But when I'm clicking with something and I really care, then I know that I have the potential to accomplish whatever I set my mind to. But I'm not going to lie, in the Sword and Shield era, it got really hard to invest my mind into it because it wasn't rewarding in the same way. As the game was in years past. Now, I'll go through the motions. I'll do what I gotta do. But I do hope that the game heads back in that more diverse kind of skill-based environment. My favorite deck from the Sword and Shield block... That it feels like asking what's your favorite item on the McDonald's menu. You know, to which I would say a McDouble. Now, my favorite deck from the Sword and Shield era. It's definitely double Turbo Mew, easily. With the path to the peaks. Yeah, that's it. Double Turbo Mew with path to the peak. Sure. And the reason I liked that deck is because it allowed you to... You had some... Riley called it a good fundamentals deck, and it's because you had to manage your resources correctly. You had built-in hand disruption to disrupt your opponent's hand and strategy. You had ability disruption to turn off their abilities. So like you could, yeah, there were different things to do. Well, Joe, I think that people find stuff to complain about, but like you can look back like having been through something. Like we're at the end of the Sword and Shield era. So what better time to look back reflectively and talk about it, right? As someone, I'm somewhat of a Pokemon TCG historian. I've been playing for over a decade. I've experienced firsthand the highs and lows of the format. I'll tell you right now that 2017 was a high. I'll tell you that 2016 was a low. Now, I believe that there's a lot of potential with the Scarlet and Violet era because 2016 was terrible. You had Night March versus Trevenant Break versus Greninja Break, and none of the matchups were fun to play. Sun and Moon, in many ways, saved the early X and Y format because X and Y was not in a great spot. But then Sun and Moon like kind of reinvented the wheel and reinvigorated a kind of dull format. "2018 was okay. By 2019 tag teams, I felt like it was just like, but I feel like 2017, 2018 were good. And then 2015, I enjoyed quite a bit because, well, the thing about 2015 was that there was a lot of progression and a lot of like fresh, deck innovation happening during that time. It was fun. It was fun to be a part of that. 2016, it just felt like there were these like established decks and they were all broken. A rogue deck did win Worlds. You got to give it that. Yeah, Mega Audino. Sheesh. "2013, back then, I was so new that I didn't really have, I was having fun, but I wasn't experienced enough at that point to be able to look at the format critically. I was just having fun doing whatever. I was having fun, but I have a hard time looking at those formats through a critical lens because I was so new. So everything was fun to me. From 2011 to 2013, everything was fun. I played the same deck all year, and I had fun because I was bad. So for me, that was perfect because I could just go to every tournament and play Blastoise, or I could go to every tournament and I could play Electric, or I could go to every tournament and I could play Raybor. And I could not look back at that format critically now because I was having fun. I did have beaches. I spent $550 on 3 beaches. I remember that. I bought them from some dude on Facebook. $550. I went broke playing that format. Absolutely broke. But once I invested $550, man, back then I did not have $550. Somehow I think I didn't eat for a couple of months. And I saved up the money I needed for 3 beaches. I bought them, but then that's what, for years, I just played Blastoise with my tropical beaches. And then when Virizion Genesect came out, I got too frustrated to play Blastoise, so I switched to Emboar. And then I played Emboar literally until the 2015 year, 2014, 2015. And when that rotation happened, I had an existential crisis, didn't know what to do, was like, my beach decks are dead. What am I doing? I was trying to play some metal deck with Bronzong that was terrible at city championships. But then I created the Landorus Crobat deck and won a regional with it. So, yeah. But that frustration I got into the lab, you know. I was so frustrated. I got into the lab and I started cooking, and then I cooked up a regional championship winning deck, which was fun. And it was really fun to watch that format, progress. But it was a different time back then. Because the meta didn't get solved. So, like, the meta didn't get solved by, like, the community at large in a month. It got solved by people and testing groups secretly and then revealed at tournaments, right? So, I had been working on land bats basically myself because none of my friends were taking the deck seriously. So, I basically pioneered the deck all by myself because none of my friends would take it seriously, and they thought I was tripping. 100%. None of my friends played land bats. I was the only one in my friend group who played it. because none of them believed me. I was like, this deck is broken. I won a city championship with it. I was like, this deck is broken. You guys gotta trust. They were like, no, you're tripping. That deck is bad. Right? And then, basically, in order to prove myself that my deck really was broken, I took it to a regional and I won. Like, that was sick. So then, land bats is Landorus EX Crobat. Landorus EX Crobat. It's a spread deck. It doesn't show up on Limitless because it was in 2015, and Limitless only goes back to 2016. If you want to watch it, you can go on YouTube. It was the first regional championship ever produced by the Pokémon Company International. There you go. This was the first regional championship ever produced by TPCI. Here's me being interviewed by Jay Witz, who was commentating with Puka, Kyle Puka, Jay Witz, young Andrew Mahone. Yeah, 2015. So it was quite a time to be alive, for sure. So I basically cooked up this deck, kind of by myself. Just testing on PTCGO. I spent hours a night. I was obsessed. I do have that penny hat somewhere. It doesn't. Yeah. It's old though. I spent hours a night on PTCGO just grinding games. The idea of the deck was that you used Hammerhead, which, 30 damage and then 30 damage to one of your opponent's bench Pokemon. And then you use Crobat, which could place 3 damage counters wherever you want. And then Strong Energy could boost Landorus's damage to 50, and then Muscle Band could boost it to 70, and then Fighting Stadium made you do 20 more damage to Pokemon EX. So you could do 90-30 for 1 energy if you had Strong Energy, Muscle Band. And then the cool thing about Crobat is that Crobat's Surprise Bite, you place 3 damage counters. And then Crobat evolved from Golbat. Golbat has the Sneaky Bites. You place 2 damage counters. right? So when you evolve Zubat to Golbat, you place 2. And you evolve Golbat to Crobat, you place 3. Now, the really innovative thing about my list was that I embraced Super Scoop Up. And my list played 3 copies of Super Scoop Up, which would go on to become a very common strategy with Crobat, but it was unheard of at the time. So I was like the first player to do this. I played Super Scoop Up, and so what would happen is basically Landorus never got one-hit KO'd. So if Landorus would get damaged, Super Scoop Up, flip heads, bring it up into your hand, lay it right back down. Literally nobody was playing Super Scoop Up with Crobat before I did it. That was my thing. So then, and you could say that like that's a luck-based strategy, but I was a good enough deck builder to realize that that was the best strategy for the tournament, right? And in top 4, Crobat has free retreat, so does Zubat and Golbat. The whole line has free retreat. So not only did Super Scoop Up allow you to reset a damaged Landorus, and then since Hammerhead only costs 1 energy, you can you pick it up, you retreat back into it, and you just go again. But it also allows you to reset Crobat, right? So that you could do more of the surprise bites. So, like, if you had a damaged Landorus, you could do that, or if you had a damaged Crobat, or not a damaged, if you just had a Crobat you wanted to reset, you could scoop up the Crobat and then evolve it more so you get more bites. And then the other insane thing about the deck was Hawlucha. So, your whole deck was 1 energy attackers, and you had Hawlucha with the flying press attack, which could only damage Pokemon EX, but it did 60 damage for 1. So with Muscle Band, Strong Energy, and it has free retreat. The whole deck had free retreat, except for Landorus, who is a fatty. I did play Lucario as well. I actually did. Yeah. And then you had Lucario. I forgot about Lucario, but yeah, you had Lucario too. This guy. It's cool because he just wasn't weak to water. So I won a regional championship with this deck, and I got 2nd place at a state championship with the deck, and I won a city championship with the deck. So that was kind of the history of Landbats. And then Landbats, so a deck that I kind of created and pioneered, it did end up winning, I think, the senior division world championships that year. So it did get immortalized as a world championship deck, which was really cool. The world championship deck. Then Toadbat. Well, that's what I lost to at the state championship that I played in. Yo, that's sick, Lance. I don't have a world championship copy of the deck now. I have just my own version of the deck built. I have that format built. And what's cool is that top 8 had some players that you might know in it. You guys know Connor Fenton, who just won the Arlington Regional Championships? This 2015 regional that I won was Connor Fenton's first ever top 8. And then Britt Pybus, who's a long time top player as well, was also in that top 8. And then, most famous of all, 3-time world champion Jason Klasinski was also in that top 8. And Jason Klasinski lost a Seismitoad mirror to the to the player that I would play in the finals, Rith. Yeah, so that was pretty cool. So he won a state championship before. Let's go. I had top 16'd a provincials. But I had, all right, so like up until this point in my career, I had top 8 at a regionals in 2013, even though I was brand spanking new, you know, which was pretty sick. I had top 4 at a regional championship in 2014 with Raybor. My top 8 was with Blastoise. My top 4 was with Raybor. And then I made it to the finals with the Landbats deck, which is a lot of fun. All right, what do you guys want to do? You guys want to have a watch party, or you want to play PTCGO? All right. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. When I get back, we'll embark on our journey whichever way we go when I get back. I'll be right back. Yo. Thanks for the patience. All right, looking like we're asking for a watch party. 86% of the vote is in. I realized I did not see what Clodsire does yet, so I'll take a quick look at Clodsire. Clodsire EX. 280 hit points. Poison Bog. Once during your turn, if there's a stadium in play, you may leave your opponent's active Pokemon poisoned. That's cool. Like that. Special conditions. Good. Needlebone. 200 damage. Flip a coin. If tails, this Pokemon can't attack during your next turn. Oh, we're flipping now. Stadium in play. I mean, there's already this Poison Bog ability already exists on Garbodor, and it doesn't see play. So then the question is, are you playing this card for the attack? And the answer is probably no. So moving on. Boss's Orders. Getsis. Love that. This Getsis goes hard for sure. Yeah. This Getsis goes real hard. All right. Watch Party won that election by a lot. Yeah, this is cool. Yeah, what's not to like about that? Love it. And then Lesson Stadium makes the attacks of each player's stage 1 evolution Pokemon do 10 more damage to your opponent's active Pokemon. That's a cool card. Remember, Pokemon EX are stage 1s now. Okay? That's a stage 1. So, that's a damage fixer for stage 1 Pokemon. Not just non-EX, but also EX Pokemon. Cool. That is certainly a card to keep in mind. 10 damage is 10 damage. Damage fixing. Damage fixing is always good. You know, when it's relevant. Think about how many decks was Galarian Zigzagoon played in? Quite a few. In the right spots. 10 damage makes all the difference. All right. Now, to understand my finals performance, you really got to watch the semifinals first. It's the build-up. It's a 2-part act. You guys didn't know you were getting into it, but it is. In the semifinals, I play against one of the only other Landbats players in the room. So you're really going to get an idea of how Landorus Crobat works as a deck by watching the semifinals, because the finals match is up against a item lock deck. So I can't use any of my items the entire game. But by watching the semifinals, you're going to be able to understand how the Landbats deck works and how I was able to pave my way to the finals. So this is the first ever regional produced by TPCI.
With me, Kyle Pukasukovic, and we are ready. We had a really quick, really exciting top 8 match between Britt and Jordan, and we're already moving forward to the regionals top 4 match between Jordan Neely and Andrew Mahone.
I mean, 361 players, said this before, that's what we started with. We're down to 4. That means 2 matches separate you from being the regional champion. You fought this hard. You fought through 2 days of just extremely
Does the volume need to be up? Yeah, a little bit more,
against some of the best players in the region. And now just 2 more wins. That's all you need to win.
Just 2. You know, you just pull through this series and all of a sudden you're at the top final table where everyone's eyes are on you. Both these players are running very similar decks, so it's going to be a grudge match for whoever makes it their way to the finals.
Yeah, I mean, going into this, we expected maybe a lot of those Seismitoad decks, maybe some Evoltol EX coming back with those dark patches we get back in the format, or some old classics like the Rayquaza Electric decks. But no, it's just Landorus and Crobat. That seems to be all we have here.
Yeah, it's some new.
I won a case of Primal Clash for winning this. All right. I won a case of Primal Clash and a $100 Visa gift card. The next year in 2016, I got second place at the Fort Wayne Regional Championships, and I got $2,500. So that was sick. So I won a regional in 2015, got a case of Primal Clash and a $100 Visa gift card. I got second place at a regional in 2016, and I got $2,500. So, yeah, the pricing went up a little bit.
New age gimmick, but we can't even call it a gimmick anymore when it's winning this much. Jordan, so far, look at that. He's won states 2012, 2013.
Dang, Jordan making me look like a
scrub. Knows how to test and remain relevant from year to year.
And you can see those 4 cards that are pretty much the cornerstones of his deck. The
Jordan was one of the only other players playing this deck. We had very different lists, though, as you'll see.
Might not help him so much in this matchup, but man, is it good as a correct tech play.
Yeah, I mean, these big fighting Pokemon got such a boost with that Furious Fist set, the strong energy, the fighting stadium.
There were a few Landbats players. Like the deck had been gaining some traction. I won a city championship with it. You know, talk got around. People were seeing it on PTCGO a little bit.
To get easy, fast
but
and be super
there was
aggressive.
no, like, I had developed my own list. Jordan had his own list.
Before we got the new Primal Clash set,
a very parallel situation is when JW and I created the Richmond Regional Championship winning deck, the Rowlet and Alolan Executor deck. There was another testing group that had came to the same conclusion, but our lists were very different. And JW ended up winning the event. I got like 10th. Zealy got top 8. So, yeah, it was a similar situation where we kind of got in the lab, created a list. It was rogue. Nobody was expecting it. There was like one other testing group there that had came to the same conclusion, but we had very different lists. Very similar situation. So in this top 4 match, I play against Jordan, who also brought a Landbats deck, but we have very different deck building philosophies, and you're going to get to see that in this match.
Furious Fist was all about fighting Pokemon. So you've got the Haluchas, the Lucarios, all the fighting buffs. And then you've got Crobat dropping down. It's just a lot of fun to see these new cards see new life.
And it looks like we're going to take a look at Andrew's player card as well, and you'll see the exact same cards.
What is this?
Well,
it's like I'm looking into a mirror.
Something like that. Andrew has some pretty good accomplishments as well. Top 4 at a regional championship in 2014, top 8, and also top 16 at a provincial in 2013.
Look at those regionals. You know, it's like top 4, top 8. He's in another top 4, so the consistency is there. But I'm sure with those numbers, you just want to be number 1 one of those days.
Absolutely.
And back in the day, I mean, this was like, I was not going to every tournament. You know, I was kind of just going to what I could afford to drive to, right? So, like, it was kind of, at this point, it was all just a hobby, you know? I mean, it was not my career. I was just kind of having fun.
He would like to at least get a top 2 on that resume. But if one of the cool things I want to look at on those fighting Pokemon is the reason they work. Look at the different weaknesses they have. They're the same type, fighting. Landorus, weak to water. Hawlucha, weak to lightning. Lucario, weak to Psychic.
Yeah,
So
this is the
even though
official
you have
Pokemon
one
YouTube channel.
type
That's
that you're trying to
sick. It's
use,
on the
just these
official
fighting
Pokemon YouTube channel.
Based on what
7
your
years
opponent is playing,
ago?
you can use the different ones and
Brother,
not walk into their
that's
weakness.
crazy.
Yeah, it seems like a basic deck, but it's actually very diverse and still very easy to set up.
And it sounds like we're ready to jump into top 4. Are you ready, Josh?
I'm not ready. It was so quick. But you know what? We've seen a lot of this deck. It's so fun to watch. Now we get to see it fight itself.
So here we go. These two players getting ready for their biggest match of the tournament so far. We see Jordan, the player we featured last round, going up against Andrew. Looks like Jordan will be going first, opening up with one of your favorite Pokemon, Hawlucha.
I love Hawlucha. It actually does have some value in this matchup.
One of the biggest differences between my deck building philosophy and the deck building philosophy of other Landorus Crobat players was that I did not play Karina in my deck. I actually still hold the opinion that Karina in Landorus Crobat was incorrect. I think this card was bad. That was one of my hot takes of the time. And what you're going to get to see in this match is my Karina-less Landorus Crobat deck against Jordan's list that very heavily featured Karina. Now, Karina is a supporter card that allows you to search your deck for a fighting Pokemon and an item card, and then you put them into your hand. So Karina can go get you a Landorus or a Hawlucha and an item card. Now, I didn't play any Karina in my list. Instead, I just played like 4 Juniper, 4 N, and 3 Colress. I played a lot of Colress. I think this list had 2 Colress. 2 Colress because I was like, you know what? Shuffle Draw 10 is better than Karina could ever be. I played a lot of draw support, and my thought process was, if you ever want to beat a Seismitoad deck, if you ever want to beat an item lock deck, you better not have that Karina in your deck, because Karina is terrible against item lock, because all it does is go get you an item. What you want to do against item lock is draw cards so that you can find energy and Pokemon. So that was my thought process. So I had a deck that was built to be able to compete with item lock. And you will see that I was able to do just that.
As well, Hawlucha is able
Thank you,
to
Whitaker,
deal
for the
extra
Prime
damage
sub.
to EX Pokemon, while also simultaneously being resistant to fighting Pokemon.
Yeah, that's going to be a big deal. You would assume that these big EX attackers are going to be the main attackers in this kind of a matchup. Landorus EX, a great way to spread damage all over the place. So, Hawlucha, the fact that it resists fighting and can dish a lot of damage back to Landorus, you'll probably see a lot of interaction between Landorus and Hawlucha.
And so we see off the Karina, Jordan decides to use it as sort of a double Pokemon search. Karina allows you to search for a Pokemon and an item. He uses that item as the level ball, so he's using that to grab 2 Pokemon, Zubat and Landorus.
And he's just going to pass the turn, knowing that he cannot attack, since he is the player going first. And, yeah, you can see both players playing the same deck. But, you know, as we've seen earlier in the tournament, mirror matches, they can be very complicated and very exciting.
They can. Now, one fun thing I heard from Jordan just interviewing him, he said, the reason I love this deck so much is because it's good going first and it's good going second. You know, he gets either the early attack or the setup. So we'll see whether his setup is worth more than Andrew's, what seems to be first attack.
Yeah, so we do see an Ultra Ball coming from Andrew. He'll be able to search for maybe Landorus EX to get a Hammerhead off. Maybe Lucario
God, that full art
EX
Lucario is
maybe
so
get through that
sick.
Resistance a little bit. Those will probably be his 2 options for attacking this turn, but maybe he doesn't even want to attack. He can't knock out Hawlucha, given what I saw in his hand. And hitting a Hawlucha for 50 damage and getting hit back by a Flying Press, not exactly a great exchange.
So far, just looking through his deck, trying to make sure he knows which prizes are in there. It can be helpful in this matchup knowing, you know, oh, am I out of Landorus? Am I out of, you know, this Lucario attacker? And he decides going down Landorus, sort of the staple opener in this deck.
Yeah, I think this is probably a good choice. Not only will you be able to damage the Hawlucha a little bit, I mean, it does resist
No,
fighting.
we just
It's
open.
gonna
We
hurt
happen
your
to both be
damage
playing
output
in
a little
white
bit,
sleeves.
But you can hit your opponent's Landorus EX on the bench. Set that thing up so that maybe you can knock it out a little later down the road.
So he was able to slap that strong energy down, so he's able to deal a bit more damage.
Oh, he's actually going after the Zubat.
And there we go. Hammerhead.
Interesting choice. Obviously, Zubat can always evolve and grab itself a bit more HP. Andrew, though, he plays this list and he knows all about the pain of being able to recycle damage.
And, you know, I think Golbat and Crobat are being a little overlooked in this matchup. They can actually attack sometimes, too. Those also resist fighting. So don't be surprised if you see, you know, a skill dive from a Crobat at some point.
Well, I won't be surprised because it also has...
My problem with Karina... is that... like, look, at this point, like, what do you need a fighting Pokemon for? Like, you already have Landorus and Hawlucha out. That's all you really need. So, at this point, like, Karina gets you an item. So, like, you're going to play a supporter card for one item when you could just play Juniper or N or something.
Surprise fight.
All right, we do see the Golbat does come out, and
but
Jordan
I will say
well,
our choice of A-Specs was also very different,
kind of
so
you
you'll get to see some of that as well.
Sneaky Bite will put 20 damage on the Zubat on the bench, and probably a Hammerhead finish off the Zubat and take away one of Andrew's Zubats to evolve into Golbat and Crobat.
And it's things like this make the mirror matches so intriguing to watch. You've got such a similar board setup on both sides of the field.
Not only are they playing the same deck, but they have the same sleeves.
Yeah, it's the true mirror. Both players also have very similar lists. I'm curious if either of them have, relayed this to one another. I'm wondering, is this some sort of deck that lots of players sort of circulating, or is it just different players decided at the same time? You know what? This is what I want to play.
Right, and I'll be interested to see, does Jordan go for the Flying Press? Nope, he is going to go for that Hammerhead. He set up that Zubat to be knocked out, and wow, 90 damage.
What a time to be alive. My goodness. Look at that. Just two Landorus slugging back and forth. Crazy.
Hammerhead and also taking a prize on the Zubat.
It's like you said earlier, that is a 1 energy Night Spear.
That's ridiculous. Strong energy, fighting stadium, muscle band, turn 30 damage into 90, and then 30 to the bench.
Has science gone too far?
Doctors hate him. So we do see an N come out here. Andrew going to shuffle in and draw 6 cards. Jordan going to draw 5 off of this. And you got to wonder, how can he respond? He's taken the first 90 damage hit. Maybe if he can draw one of those super scoop
there was some
yeah, that's one of the big things that
there was some talk about Landorus Crobat happening on like forums and stuff. That's like, like I said, I had won a city championship with it. I got second at another city championship with it. It started popping up on the Pokemon trading card game online. There was some discussion on forums happening about that. Like, that was literally how. There was no Limitless, okay? There was Facebook and there were forums. That's how information got shared. Here, you guys want to real quick. Let's see. In order to find my deck list, I have to go to Facebook. I'm pretty sure. Is Burbank City still around? Okay, here we go. Burbank, search. Burbank. Let's see. Let's see, is it there? There's states. This is so crazy. See, I see my post from when I got second at this is when I got second at state championship. I played Miltank in my state championship Landbats deck. Let's see. I know. Let's see. Search. Let's see. Does Facebook even work anymore? Not gonna lie, this seems like kind of disastrous. I feel like I'm on MySpace, like trudging through. Let's see. This will only take a second. Dang, I used to be posting in Burbank. Like, posting. That's crazy. Like, really posting. Dang. There was a time I used to... Sheesh. I used to just, like, make Pokemon-themed wallpapers. It used to be something that I did. Just, like, a lot of Pokemon-themed wallpapers. A lot of Poke Beach articles. Okay, we're getting close. All right, there's a Seismitoad. There's that. There. Here we are. I found it. Okay. So deck lists just didn't used to get shared very often. So this is my day one list. Back then, you played, literally, you switched format between day one and day two. But the difference between standard and expanded was only like a set. So, like 2 sets. So my list changed slightly. Yo, it's crazy. My standard, I had repeat ball? Oh, that's updated. Day one. No, this is my day one list. Where's my date? Oh, no, I did it. I did something wrong. Okay, here we go. X. Oh, man, bro. All right, anyways. Yeah, you switched formats between day one and day two back then. I'm serious. This was how they first introduced expanded format to the Pokemon trading card game. Expanded format didn't have its own regional championships. Just everybody had to play. Everybody had to play expanded format day two. It'd be like I went 603 day one. And then going into day two, it was like, all right, now we're going to play expanded, which literally had like 2 or 3 more sets in it. And The only change I made was I added some level balls. That was it. Level ball was the only card that was like, worth putting in the deck. So I kept the same deck between day 1 and day 2.
Actually does distinguish Andrew and Jordan's list is Andrew runs more super scoop up. In fact, I don't even know if Jordan plays super scoop up at all.
Doesn't look like it.
They go down to a coin flip. Looked at his hand. I didn't see anything like that. But he does run them for that reason. Where off a coin flip, he could just pick something up, reset that damage. Without it, this Landorus is going to get hurt.
Yeah, and it looks like common strategies coming out from both sides. Andrew uses his sneaky bite to target down the Golbat of Jordan, and then Hammerhead finishes off Golbat. And
Speaking of scoop ups,
there's the Cyclone.
The scoop up Cyclone is like scoop up, except there's no coin.
All right, so this is a big difference between mine and Jordan's list. I play Super Scoop Up. Jordan plays AZ and Scoop Up Cyclone. So we both play ways to heal our Landorus. He plays Karina, which can search out Scoop Up Cyclone to instantly heal it. I play Super Scoop Up, which requires a coin flip, but I can do it in combination with like Culris or... So I'm playing Computer Search in my list because consistency is king. Is it not?
Coin flip. You know it's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, it just picks up the whole Pokemon. It's basically like a max potion, but...
Not going to lie, at this point, though, things are looking a little sus.
Replay all that stuff in, there goes all the damage Andrew just did.
It's one of my favorite ace specs. When it works, it's beautiful. Yeah. Interesting to note, Andrew, he runs the Super Scoop Ups, but not the Scoop Up Cyclone. He opted to go Computer Search for his ace spec.
Yeah, both players opting to go for different levels of scoops, I guess.
Well, this scoop's going to be the one to rule them all. He has that perfect 90 damage to knock out the second half of the Landorus EX while still applying 30 damage to the bench as pressure.
I can't believe I didn't know how to riffle back then.
Yeah, I feel like
I didn't know how to
bridge.
bridge.
Faster, hard-hitting
this is so sad.
Right? These two decks are extremely aggressive. They have high damage outputs early on in the game.
My bridge game was really non-existent.
Quick games here where you see multiple prize turns very often.
And one thing you cannot deny is that this is an exciting matchup.
Oh, yeah.
It's just boom, look at all this crazy damage. Both players taking advantage of Fighting Stadium, dealing insane amounts of damage off just a single energy card. Sometimes no energy cards when they're dropping damage from the bats.
And it's not just the knockouts that are happening, it's the knockouts they're also setting up for the following turns. Right, we got the Hammerhead 90 damage knocking out the big Landorus EX. What does he do? He hits the Hawlucha on the bench for 30 more. Now there's 50 damage on that. If we see a Crobat come out, that could just be a surprise bite. Hawlucha gets knocked out by the ability, and it's just another prize card Jordan can take.
So Andrew knows, if I'm going to have a chance here, I'm probably going to have to set something back up. But that clean Landorus EX, full art is fact. It's staring down its non-full art brother. Hey, guess what? I'm destroying you.
It's a very intimidating card to look at, especially with that strong energy on there, the big fist ready to go. So we do see another
Gustav, no spoilers, Gustav.
At this point,
no
you
spoilers.
have to worry about maybe benching smaller HP, things like that could be easily picked off.
At this point in the game, I got my back up against a wall. Jordan's only got 3 prizes left. Jordan has a Golbat on his bench and a Landorus with a strong energy and a muscle band. And I can't express how intimidating that is, because a Landorus EX with a clean Landorus EX with a muscle band and a strong energy with the Fighting Stadium in play is doing 90 damage and then 30 to the bench. So what happens is, if I retreat this Hawlucha to the bench and attack with Landorus, then Jordan is just 2 attacks away from winning. He could knock out my Landorus, knock out the Hawlucha, and that's it. That's the final 3 prizes. And finding the strong and the muscle band is so good, because once you find the strong and the muscle band, then like you could scoop up your Landorus. It all comes back into your hand. Then you put it right back down. I got a question in the chat. Did I ever use Land's Judgment? You betcha. Sometimes, not always. Not always, but on occasion, on a very special occasion, you might Land's Judgment which requires that you discard all fighting energy attached to Landorus, but then you did base 150, which is quite a lot. So I have to get out another Landorus, a Zubat, and then I N. So here we go. I'm ending Jordan to 3 and myself to 5, and we're going to see how it goes.
By that surprise bite from Crobat combined with Landorus EX's Hammerhead, you got to worry about it because just 3 prizes left for Jordan.
Yeah, every single time Landorus hits one of these Hammerheads, he gets that 30 extra damage that you can place somewhere on your opponent's bench. That's adding extra prize cards. Jordan's taken 3 right now by dealing that extra damage, and once the bats come into play with it, those are easy prizes.
Sure. Well, now we do see another small difference between these two players. While Jordan ran that scoop-up Cyclone, Andrew is going to be running Computer Search as his ace-spec card. Looks like he has it in his hand right now. He can discard 2
Computer Search, baby. Consistency is key. Let's go.
cards from his hand to search for any card, and I'm going to assume that goes for a strong energy so he can attack here.
Yeah, I don't know if he has a fighting chance, pun unintended, without being able to set up his own Landorus.
So I missed an energy off that end. I would literally not have been able to attack
Landorus as well.
if I didn't have that
I think
Computer
if
Search.
Andrew wants to win this game, you know, he's kind of on the back foot right now, especially after that scoop-up Cyclone. To win, to come back, he is going to need those super scoop-ups to come in handy. He's going to need to reset some of the damage, pick up his own Pokemon. That has to be his way back into this.
Well, there's the strong, and he does.
I will say, this commentating duo is nuts. Jaywitz and Puka running the commentary is like, it's goated. I mean, they are doing an incredible job. And this is literally the first regional ever produced by the Pokémon Company International. The first one ever.
Have the muscle band we're talking about. Boom, look at that. Nothing is more representing of the mirror than just Landorus muscle band strong facing off a Landorus muscle band strong.
And yeah, you can see why this deck is so successful. Very low maintenance, just a strong energy, a muscle band, and boom, you're hitting for 90 damage with that fighting stadium already out there. 1 energy attack, putting on immense amounts of pressure, setting up knockouts on the bench. It's very easy to collect all of your prize cards very quickly.
So this is actually a pretty scary situation for Andrew. Jordan's going to be able to pile on at least half of this Landorus EX's health while simultaneously knocking out the Hawlucha on the bench. If his Landorus gets knocked out, those are the final 2 prizes. He's going to have to hope he can get a really good N off, or maybe Jordan can't set up this turn for an additional attacker like Hawlucha.
I think in Jordan's shoes here, you would try to get a Crobat out this turn, use the surprise bite, put 30 damage on the Zubat, and then finish off the Zubat before it can evolve. But if not, I think he will go for the Hawlucha knockout on the bench.
Well, we'll see. I see a Lysander in hand. Not sure if he has any hard draw supporters. Crobat as well. Surprise.
So what's he going to go after? Looks like he will go after the Zubat. Oh, the Juniper as well.
Dang,
Great
Jordan
draw
ripped the
off of
Juniper off the end of
Man, that's everything
3.
he wanted.
And
You
more.
hate to see it.
So now, I mean, you got to think Jordan is just in another.
I think the only
dominant
card in my
position
hand
here.
right now,
He'll
though,
be
is
able to
Versus
Hammerhead
Seeker.
for 90 again.
So I can
knock
N
out the
again.
Zubat on the bench, and then the Hawlucha will still be there as a free prize at some point. It's just a matter of where's he going to get the other knockout. I mean, he's going to hit the active Landorus for 90, but his Landorus is probably going to go down. So if we do see something like an N from Andrew, putting Jordan down to 2 prizes, it could be difficult for him to find a way to win.
Yeah, N's all he can really hope for. One thing, if anything, that happened in Andrew's favor on that turn is that it does not seem that Jordan was able to slap down an additional energy
Right.
to benched Hawlucha or even a Crobat.
Yeah, I mean, it is.
All right. So we're at a really pivotal point in the game. What supporter do you think I'm about to play? Jordan has 2 prizes left. I have 5. Logic would tell you that I'm about to play N. But let me tell you this. It's not. I'm about to take a three prize turn, so I'm going to go to 2 prizes remaining. I'm also about to knock out Jordan's only Landorus in play. If I play N, I'll draw 5 cards. But what do I really need in order to stay in this game? Because Jordan has 2 Hawlucha on the bench. What do I really need in order to win this game? I need to heal this Landorus. 100%. If I heal this Landorus, then we have a shot. So the best way for me to potentially heal the Landorus is to draw as many cards as possible. So I think I Juniper this turn.
Scary because Hawlucha with the strong energy can come in with a flying press to win. Andrew's actually going to go for the Professor Juniper out of his discard with the VS Seeker, opting not to go for the N.
Man, at this stage in the game, you really want to limit your opponent that way. Plays the super scoop up, tails, old school scoop up. Scoop up 2.
Super scoop up. He needs a big one here.
He needs this bad. Well,
there we go, heads.
There's a reset.
All right, well, that's exactly what Andrew needed. I was talking about it before. There it is. Now this takes away any real easy way Jordan could have to win the game on the following turn. And look at that, right back down. Landorus, strong energy, muscle band. Wow, what an explosion.
I've seen that before.
So we see another level ball from Andrew. He's going to be searching out a Pokemon with 90 HP or less. Benching that Zubat's going to be really risky here, but...
Oh, I would never do that. Now it's just like one Lysander Hammerhead away from just getting a clean double prize.
Andrew, maybe he's feeling like he's a little bit behind in this matchup, and he might have to take a risk like that. Actually,
maybe he didn't play it to the bench.
Right.
Maybe he just
he saw his light flash before his eyes and said,
"Yeah, I wasn't gonna bench that."
Oh my goodness!
Like, nah.
That would be really rough.
Yeah.
Now it still does limit him. You know, he doesn't have all of these extra bad options. But man, yeah, that'd be game over.
Yeah. So here we see the 3 prize Hammerhead knocking out the active, taking out the Hawlucha on the bench. All of a sudden, we're at 2.
Now look at how things have changed. We went from 5 to 2 prizes to 2 to 2 prizes. And now I have a clean Landorus. We just completely changed the game. It didn't matter. I didn't need to disrupt with N. I just needed to heal my Landorus. That's what I needed to do. And I knew that. So the thing is, with Super Scoop Up, I have the potential to heal a Landorus 3 times in a game. On average, I'm going to heal a Landorus 1.5 times a game if I, flip 50%. So on the low end, I'm healing maybe 1 Landorus a game, and on the high end, I'm healing 2. And when you're healing 2 Landorus a game, you're winning that game.
2 in prizes, and Andrew looks like he may have regained position in this game.
Now, because he wasn't able to end, he wanted to play more aggressively, make sure I can reset that damage. Jordan might have a lot of options. He has a fairly large hand, and that was concluded by taking a prize card as well. Going Karina.
Yeah, I wonder what he'll grab here. I mean, there's only 2 the Landorus EX.
I feel like this is like perfect. You're seeing kind of perfectly the discrepancy between playing Crobat or between playing like a draw heavy list like mine and a Karina heavy list like Jordan's. Because when Jordan needs to make a big play, all he has is Karina. And when I need to make a big play, I can draw 7 cards.
In his deck, I'm not sure how many have gone down. That might be the first one, but maybe the second Landorus is prized. I mean, which Pokemon would you go for here? Would you take a big EX or maybe go with Hawlucha instead?
Off the Karina, I mean, maybe the second Hawlucha, just because he already has enough like targets that could be sniped on the bench. Oh, he does have the Landorus. I wasn't sure if he had it or not. Landorus, you know, can deal that like 90 knockout, 1 prize left if he's got strong. How much HP does Golbat have?
70, actually.
Oh, wow. So if he had enough bats and crazy things, he could do something really wild, like bat, knock out Hawlucha, bat. No, he's just barely short if he wants to like try and knock them both out.
Yeah, I mean that would be pretty impressive though. I always want to see that swoop across at some point, but I don't think that's gonna happen.
No swoop dreams right now.
Something that could happen though is maybe Golbat and then Skill Dive from Crobat can pick off something on the bench. But Jordan says, you know what? I'm just going with the tried and true. Let's get Landorus out there and start doing some damage.
And oh, there we see. As long as he has all those tools in play, he's dealing half damage on his opposing Landorus EX. 90 HP. It's just a 1 for 30 attack, but look at all those buffs. Muscle Band 20, Strong Energy 20, Fighting Stadium 20.
All right, so we see the sneaky bite from Golbat there, putting, I think there should be 2 damage counters on the active.
Oh yeah, not Crobat yet. It's not that big of a surprise.
I think there's really nowhere great to put that damage at this point. He's going to Hammerhead finish off Hawlucha, so you might as well prepare for something like a Muscle Band. But no, actually, he's going to go after the Golbat instead, maybe diversifying his options a little bit.
Interesting. I guess this is just sort of giving him like multiple win conditions. He can knock out the Landorus, or if for some reason Landorus retreats to something else, maybe he could pull
oh,
this is the final super scoop up. Andrew runs 3.
What
a huge flip.
Again, wow.
If he
What
had
a
failed,
sack!
he really would have ended his game. Now things are getting
That's the
crazy.
third super scoop up, baby.
Retreat off of that. And I guess after doing that, maybe now I can understand a little bit more why Jordan put
Man,
30-30.
if I lost like
he's
that,
got
I'd be
a lot of
sick.
damage around the board.
Sure, maybe preparing for those super scoop ups.
And like I said, I was the only one playing that. I just flipped 2 out of 3. I flipped 2 out of 3 heads. But I was the only one playing Super Scoop Up. So, like, that was my innovation. That was my list. Like, nobody was doing that. And now you're seeing this is how I was able to win. Because I was playing the better list. And then as soon as this happened, everybody started playing Super Scoop Up. Not just in Landorus Crobat, but in the more nefarious Seismitoad EX Crobat, which did the same thing that Landorus Crobat did, but like way more toxic and with item lock and lasers. It was crazy.
And those are the difference between Andrew's deck and Jordan's deck. He does not run Super Scoop Up, Jordan. He runs that 1 Scoop Up Cyclone, but Andrew has more opportunities with those Super Scoop Up. Just an incredibly powerful card to swing a game.
And I'm looking at Andrew's deck. That was his final Super Scoop Up, and I don't think he runs any other way to remove that damage.
No,
so
but I mean, you got to think, does he need it? He's going to be using Hammerhead for 90.
So what I need to find now to make sure that I don't lose is I need to find a Crobat, because still right now a Lysander could take double knockouts on the Hawlucha and the Golbat. So I need to evolve the Golbat.
Setting up Landorus EX to be knocked out on the following turn. I think the biggest thing here is he wants to evolve his Golbat into Crobat. If it stays the way it is, it's
Puka's
just
already there.
Lysander, game over. Hammerhead can knock out both Golbat and Hawlucha, so he needs to find a way to evolve that Golbat.
Andrew, it seems like he's debating, do I discard this very large hand I have right now to dig deep for Golbat or Crobat?
Yeah, I mean, it seems a little painful, but I think you kind of have to go for it. He's considering a Lysander, maybe picking off a Zubat or something like that, but I think at the end of the day, you're better off just going for that Crobat, trying to deny your opponent the win.
Well, there's the discard. 7 in.
So will we find Crobat off these 7 cards?
Oh, there it is. I see the purple.
There it is, and that means Crobat very unlikely to be knocked out. I mean, it has 130 HP, as you can see on the screen, resistant to fighting, going to make it very difficult for Landorus EX to knock him out, and now he's just kind of playing the prize denial game.
Another insane thing about this deck is that Jirachi EX had 90 hit points. Jirachi EX was like Lumineon. It was like ye olden Lumineon V. Listen, nothing ever changes, okay? There's always a Pokemon that gets a supporter. Lumineon V is just Jirachi EX, all right? But Jirachi EX had had 90 hit points, so you could level ball for it.
Super Scoop Up and the Crobat this turn, two things that were crucial to Andrew making this comeback this game.
It's the absolute tipping point. I think Andrew also transformed this game from something where it looked like, oh man, he's one turn off from losing. Now he's one turn off from winning.
Yeah, so here we go. More and more Landorus. We were wondering how this matchup would play out. Would we see Hawlucha? So far, no. It's all Landorus all day with some bites in the background.
Andrew left with one prize card. I wonder, does Jordan have an N? Even then, he's got to get this Landorus out of the way, otherwise it falls to his opponents.
Tough situation now. He has something like an escape rope in his hand, perhaps. I can't really see if that's what it is, but I don't even think there's anything he could force up here. I mean, the Crobat is just so difficult to knock out with 100 HP left, resistance to fighting. Even with a surprise bite from a Crobat, that would put it at...
The insane thing, too, is if Jordan uses, like, say Jordan uses Jirachi EX to go get, like, AZ to lift up this Landorus, then Jirachi EX is on the bench. And Jirachi EX only has 90 hit points, and Landorus is doing 90 right now with the Muscle Band, the Strong Energy, and the Stadium.
70 HP remaining. I mean, we could see something crazy like...
AZ, maybe? Just...
I mean, if we could see something like a Lysander on a Crobat, a surprise bite to put 3 damage counters, and a second Strong Energy, that would...
And this is why I say expanded format doesn't really make any sense. Like, the power level of these cards just doesn't match the power level of the cards that are being printed now. So why are you going to play with cards from 2011 all the way up until 2023? The power level just doesn't make sense, right? You're not using any of these cards in your, in your expanded deck. You might use a computer search. That's it. You're going to use the most broken trainers, but that's it.
Actually add up to a win, but no, that's a lot to ask for.
It does have the escape rope.
We could see the skill dive.
Skill dive dreams? Yeah. Man,
it's happening, Josh.
This is so tense. Have we seen a single skill dive yet?
I don't think so.
It's about time.
I mean, he's a solid attacker here, and we're going to see Jirachi EX come down, and that might mean an N in the future. Exactly. Stellar Guidance going for that N. I think Jordan's going to play that escape rope, get the Crobat in the active spot, and Andrew down to 1 card, and this was probably his best chance to win.
Yeah, this buys him a turn. After this escape rope, he can literally escape with Landorus. Throw up Crobat, maybe grab a prize now, and maybe that just buys him the 1 turn he needs. And Andrew now getting hit with N. He has 1 prize card left, so he draws just 1 card plus the 1 card he'll draw at the start of his turn. That could leave him with very little to work with. We'll see.
Andrew making the correct decision there, promoting Hawlucha. Even after that N, we could have seen that situation where, off the 2 cards, Jordan gets the Crobat and the Strong Energy. Could have simultaneously knocked out Crobat and Hawlucha. So promoting the Hawlucha there, great move.
Both players shuffling. It's still going to be a bit of an uphill climb for Jordan to secure this, but he's definitely done what he can to give himself a chance.
Oh, yeah. He's playing it very well. Both players, I mean, they're at the top of their game right now. They made it all the way to the top 4 here. These are no slouches, Josh. These guys know exactly what they're doing.
So very low draws for both players. It's going to be crucial. Jordan got 2 cards. Andrew got 1.
So we see the skill dive knockout on Hawlucha.
So much skill.
30 damage for the knockout, and now...
Oh, VS Seeker.
Wow.
What a great card to get. When you're just end to 2, boom. Yep, VS Seeker. Pull up Jirachi. Crushed under the hammerhead.
Wow, and I mean, what can you do in Jordan's shoes? I mean, you have the, oh man, the end of 1.
N is a lie,
Chet. You did all you
Chet.
could, and at the end of the day, there's no defense for a perfect draw off an end of 1.
Always has been.
And, it's a little bit harder. I won't say it's very easy. If you're end to 1, it's always a bad scenario.
Last
but
play of the
decks are running
game.
More out to supporters now. VS
Had Versus Seeker for
prominent in this format. Just a few extra cards that can
Lysander,
turn
which
into
is
a
basically
supporter
boss's
you need
orders.
so desperately there ended being the perfect out for Andrew.
Sure, and if you're confused by what happened, Andrew drew the VS Seeker. He got to recover Lysander out of his discard pile, put it down to bring out Jirachi EX, only has 90 HP, and that one last Hammerhead dealt the 90 damage to close out the game.
What a great game. Even though Jordan was the one that ended, being the loser in this scenario, we're still
we were trying to figure out whose stadium it was because we're both in
really
we were both
great,
in white
back to the
sleeves.
wall plays, and that's what we really love seeing in the Pokemon trading card game. Players don't give up. They really try their best. The winner is at the final
Try their
table.
best.
I mean, as quickly as that game started off, like there were so many prizes taken within like the first 3 or 4 turns. You really saw it slow down at the end as players were trying to figure out, how do I finish off this game? How do I get those last knockouts? You have those ends to low hand sizes, so it gets really exciting at the end of those games.
In my experience playing the Pokemon trading card game, perhaps one of my least favorite things that you need to test is the mirror match. When you have a deck that you really like, you usually build a deck to beat other decks. You don't build a deck to beat itself. And so learning to master that mirror match, figure out all the perfect damage, the best way to counter your own self, is sometimes one of the most important skills to have in the game.
And we saw how close that game really was. It honestly came down to a big super scoop-up flip. If that was tails, we might have seen Jordan win that game pretty easily, but the heads, the scoop-up on the Landorus, the entire complexion of the game changes, all thanks to that one super scoop-up.
And that's really the only major difference. It looks like Jordan has opted for more of a supporter-based pickup. He's got the AZs as well as the scoop-up Cyclone. Andrew decides,
we're playing best of 3. We got game 2 coming right up.
But I've got to flip a coin to make it.
Yeah, there's always the risk reward there. The sure thing, playing the supporter card, you only get to play one supporter a turn, or the riskier play with the item card, where usually you have to flip a coin.
Yo, what's up, Hambone? Welcome.
Well, guys, that was just game 1. It's best 2 out of 3. Both players are dealing out their hands. Let's tune in. Jordan versus Andrew. Winner moves on to the finals.
Regional Championships. This is such an exciting development in our community. So please use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Talk about the tournament. Tell us who you want to win. Tell us if you're enjoying this event.
Seriously, if you're enjoying this, tell a friend. Hey, these regional championships, they're being streamed. You can watch it straight from your home. What are you doing this weekend? Throw it on a laptop, throw it on your phone, throw it on a computer, your TV. There's so many ways that you can just watch something on a stream right now. If you have any interest in the trading card game and you want to show somebody what the high-level play is all about, redirect them over to this stream. Pokemon.com/regionals.
Absolutely. So game number 2 is underway. Top 4 here at the regional championships. Jordan on the left, Andrew on the right. Jordan did lose the first game, so he'll opt to go first, and he leads off with the little guy, Dedenne.
He does not really.
God, you could play supporters turn 1 back then. So crazy.
Work that well in this matchup, huh?
No, probably.
Going first in the Landbat's mirror was optimal because you got the turn 2 Golbat. So going first was better. Because, sure, getting the turn 1 Hammerhead was cool, but getting the turn 2 Hammerhead with Golbats to knock out Zubats was even better. So going first was always better.
Probably one of the last Pokemon Jordan wanted to start with here. Poor little guy, 70 HP.
I won't spoil it.
Be weak to fighting. Landorus EX eats this guy up.
I was able to
follows
win.
It up with having to use Jirachi EX. Stellar guy. So
game 1 going second, though,
soft Pokemon
because
on this board. Very easy
of the
to
super
knock
scoop
out.
ups.
Yeah, it's definitely not what Jordan wants to see when he's trying to make this comeback. He definitely has a semi-decent setup. He's going to let all Pokemon down, but 2 of its bench slots are being taken up by Pokemon that are essentially useless from this point out.
Right, and of course going first, you cannot attack, so he won't be able to even get an attack off right away. Andrew has an opportunity on his first turn. He'll have a chance to use that Hammerhead attack and perhaps knock out Dedenne and put on pressure.
Ooh, and with that fighting weakness, Hammerhead is going to be very rough on our little mousy friend.
Yeah, just strong energy or a muscle band, and goodbye Dedenne.
Well, he opts to pass.
Yeah, I mean, you can't attack going first, so he's just going to pass a turn. And now it's on Andrew. Can he find a Landorus EX or something to get a knockout here on this poor little mouse? We'll have to see. If he can get the first Hammerhead, going second is a disadvantage in a lot of ways, but you do get the first chance to attack.
So Andrew checking through his deck. That incredible level ball card is really just the heart and soul of this deck. Allows you to get those bats out very, very easily. You don't have to discard from your hand like Ultra Ball. Level ball, very, very great card.
Yeah, it's one of the cards I missed the most in the standard format. It was great for finding those little Pokemon, the below 90 HP Pokemon, to really hurt those evolution
Comp Surge,
decks.
baby.
Level ball phased out of the format, so
Let's
Crush my
go.
dreams, Kyle.
Expanded was a great opportunity for a deck like Crobat to come out, where
Computer
now you have
search,
access to
beautiful.
easy searching.
I
for
can't
those
believe
who
I
had
didn't know
Golbat.
how to bridge yet.
So,
This
we
is
see
so sad to
Hawlucha
watch.
Active, not really going to apply any pressure on his own. Flying press only hits
My
Pokemon
card's
EX.
desperate. They
He's
needed
definitely
the
gonna be fishing
bridge.
for that Landorus EX. Oh, strong energy. There it is. Hawlucha does have free retreat, though, so he's going to be swapping instantly into Landorus EX. That Hammerhead is going to engulf Dedenne while also dropping 30 damage onto Jordan's bench.
Right. Now, one of the things I really appreciate about these decks is how low maintenance they are. Landorus EX, you can just put him down with a single energy, and he's already putting on extreme pressure. It makes these decks extremely consistent. You can see how they could win so many games in this tournament to get to this point. All you need, Landorus energy, and all of a sudden you're getting knockouts, setting up future knockouts. It's crazy.
One of the most common themes, arguably even the most.
And you can see kind of how you can see how quickly and confidently I'm making my plays. I told you, like, dude, I played this deck, hundreds of hours I put into this deck on the Pokemon trading card game online. All I did, I had a pretty critical case of appendicitis the fall of 2014. In fact, I could have died because I had appendicitis and I went to a gastroenterologist and they missed it. So then I lived with appendicitis for a month. Because the gastroenterologist gave me a colonoscopy without diagnosing my appendicitis. I'm serious. So I lived with appendicitis for a month. Your appendix can burst and you can die after like days. I was having like I was waking up with cold sweats. I lost 25 pounds. I could barely eat. I felt ill. All the time. I had been to the emergency room. I did. I went to the emergency room and they told me that I wasn't dying and that I didn't need a CAT scan because insurance wouldn't pay for it. And then when I went to the ER, they told me to basically take a hike. And then I went to a gastroenterologist and he gave me a colonoscopy and told me I had IBS. And then, so after that, I was like, that's crazy. I've gone to so many different doctors and none of them can tell me what's wrong with me, just that I have IBS or something. So then I moved with appendicitis. I moved all of my furniture. I moved states from Baltimore to Ohio. And when I settled in Ohio, I started a new job, and I was like, you know what? Like, I'm definitely not well. So I was like, if I wake up in the middle of the night with cold sweats one more night, then I'm going to go to the ER again. And sure enough, again, another sleepless night, waking up in cold sweats. So then I went to the ER again. I told the ER people that I was incredibly ill, had lost 20 pounds, that I couldn't eat, and that I had pain and discomfort in my abdomen. And finally, and I told them, I was like, please give me a CAT scan. I know there's something messed up with me. So then finally they did. And sure enough, I had appendicitis and I got taken in for emergency surgery. So that happened, I want to say in like November. You know, and then this was in February. So in that was in like November, December, and then this is February 15th or February 14th or whatever. This is Valentine's Day weekend. This is literally like, you know, whatever, 8 years ago today or this past weekend. So yeah, I could have very easily died, but yeah, after coming out, obviously, thank God, very thankful that everything ended up working out. But like, you know, after recovering from surgery and like kind of going through the motions of getting back on my feet, what I did was play a lot of PTCGO. So what I did as I was recovering was I played a lot of land bats on the Pokemon trading card game online. Yeah. That's what I did. A lot. And there we go. And then I won a regionals, so. Anyways, let's carry on.
Most common theme in the Pokemon trading card game.
But you can see how confident I am with my deck because, dude, all I did for those few months, this is all I did.
Than what Hammerhead does for 1 energy.
Yeah, I don't think there's a better 1 energy attack in the game right now. I mean, Hammerhead is ridiculous with strong energy, muscle band, fighting stadium. I mean, you saw it in the last game. That's all they used the entire game, basically, outside of 1 skill dive.
They brought him back. Yeah, that Furious Fist that gave Landorus all of the weights he needed to lift and get buff.
Yeah, Landorus was a card that kind of phased out of the game for a while. We did see him make an appearance.
I did not sue for malpractice. I ended up being okay. You know? So, but, you know what I did? I called the gastroenterologist when I got out of surgery. I called him and I talked with him personally. And I told him to please be more careful with diagnosing appendicitis because I could have died. I told him that this 25-year-old boy, this 25-year-old man who had, you know, showed up at his practice, I told him that person who you gave a colonoscopy to, I told him that person, you missed appendicitis and you could have killed me. And that's what I told him. I was like, you could have killed me, man. And then I just wanted him to know that. And that was it. Then we hung up and I never spoke to him again. But I wanted him to know because I just didn't want him. I did not want that to happen to anyone else. So that was it. So that was all I want is that to not happen to anyone else. Exactly. I didn't want anyone else to be that scared. I didn't want to, it's like, and I didn't need to, I was okay. I didn't need to sue anybody. I didn't need to do any of that. That's not what life's about. You know, I'm okay. And I'm thankful for that. Suing doctors and people, that's not what makes the world go round. That's not what makes this a better place to live. And that's not, you know, I don't believe the doctor was trying to kill me. I just think messed up. So I wanted to help him learn from that.
The national championships last year with Brandon Salazar, but other than that, wasn't played too heavily. Things like Electrode EX with the fighting resistance made him hard to play, but now Landorus coming out showing how strong he is.
That strong energy giving him the extra damage he needs after the ×2 weakness.
But it's interesting because that point in my life is very tied into this regional run because it was all happening at the same time.
Extra knockout on your next turn with that bench damage.
Yeah, and you saw Andrew kind of struggle there. Who do I go after? You know, the Jirachi is so juicy, the 90 HP non-EX. You know, if that doesn't get picked up, I mean, you could just see the double Golbat put 4 damage counters on a Jirachi after Hammerhead. We could have seen a 2-prize knockout next turn, but Andrew's saying, you know what, I know you play Scoop Up Cyclone. I'm not going to put too much attention on the Jirachi. Maybe if it's there later, we can play a Lysander. I'm more focused on making sure you don't get Crobat out.
So Jordan is at least able to evolve this Zubat, giving it a little bit more of an HP buffer. That sneaky bite, dropping 2 damage counters onto his opposing Zubat. That is some family crime right there.
We're seeing similar strategies again. The opening is almost the same as the last game, right? We see both players going after each other's Zubat, and Jordan's going to get the sneaky bite, set up the Zubat for the Hammerhead knockout. Only doing 50 to the active, though, but he does have 2 energy. He could set up for that big lands judgment.
Yeah, it might be the first one we see in this matchup. I don't think either player run any way to discard energy off of their opponent, so if this Landorus is able to survive to the next turn, it could be dishing out some serious damage.
Sure, and it looks like we see Golbat coming out from Andrew's sneaky bite, putting 2 damage counters on Jordan's Golbat, so now he can set it up for a Hammerhead. He does not want to see a Crobat come out. The 3 damage counters, definitely devastating, and you can also get a prize card off that.
So even though that Zubat was able to evolve, get a little bit of extra HP. Oh, wait.
Super Scoop Up.
Everybody be quiet. Yeah, these Super Scoop Ups are everything.
Oh,
Boom.
another one. You can see the look on Jordan's face. She's like, come on, man.
Jordan doesn't play Super Scoop Ups, but I know he's probably like, oh, man. Maybe I should.
He's on fire!
Like that, I'd sure love to.
He's got those beautiful reverse hollow ones, the old school ones, too.
Oh, I love them.
Yeah.
Magnemite.
The Magnemite on there. That's a true Super Scoop Up. But now, I mean, Andrew gets to replay the Landorus, the strong energy.
The skill is not in the flip. The skill is deciding to take the chance. That's the skill. The skill is in the deck building. I'm telling you, I was the only one playing Super Scoop Up, and Super Scoop Up would go on to dominate this format. This was like a game-changing... This was a game-changing regional for this era. Super Scoop Up was not being played, and then went to it being played, like, all over the place. Toadbat, Super Scoop Up, all that. Like, it just... You're watching, this is history right here.
Of course, he would love to see something like a Muscle Band, maybe get Fighting Stadium out, get that 90 damage Hammerhead, that devastating one we saw so much last game.
So with a 3rd fighting energy, I guess Landorus could do some crazy lands judgment knockout. He does lose his energy, and he is sort of playing from behind, but it definitely would help.
Sure, you know, even with enough...
And this is what's exciting about, like, the act of discovery as well, because you're seeing with like deck lists not being plastered all over the internet, right? You had 2 different players, both who came to the same conclusion that this rogue deck was broken, right? And instead of having both players playing the same 60, you have both players playing their take on it. And because there was no online tournaments to like solve the format, you're watching the format get solved at the regional level. And that's so exciting. When you're watching the game get solved at a regional rather than... Yeah, it's so exciting.
Strong energy, a Muscle Band, get a Fighting Stadium out there, a Golbat or a Crobat. I mean, you might not even...
discard?
Yeah, you don't even have to discard sometimes. It's crazy.
But It depends on how much
Yeah,
pressure
and no
he's
one
gonna be
shared
able
their
to play.
lists.
He might even be
People
okay
kept
with
those
his
real close
Landorus
to their
EX falling if he could
real
follow it
close.
up
So
with
like no one
high-damaging Hawlucha.
no one posted their lists.
Now we see an N. Jordan will draw 5, and will.
If you had a list you were winning city
5
championships
cards,
with, you did not
respectable
post it.
amount. It's
No
not gonna
leaks,
be as
bro. No
disruptive
leaks.
as, an N.
Because this is 2015. It's like the information just wasn't out there unless you were posting your list on Facebook. Nobody knew.
No one or anything like that.
I mean, there is a draw supporter, Shauna. Shuffle your hand in your deck and draw 5. Some people still opt to play that.
All
But
right.
you never know. You could get a high hand and it'd still be very bad.
Another Zubat coming down for Andrew. They're just like in the video games, Josh. You run into Zubat all over the place.
Yeah, you're in Zubat Cave now.
So we're going to see a Hammerhead, and once again, kind of a pathetic Hammerhead. Not the 90 damage monster ones we're used to, 50 damage. That makes all the difference when it comes to the math of this.
So we do see the Golbat on the bench fall to the Hammerhead. Andrew takes a second prize card. It'll be interesting. Can Jordan claim enough damage to knock out his opposing Landorus EX with Land's Judgment? And will he have to discard energy to do it?
Oh,
I think he's trying to do the math. here.
Pog,
Land's
we about to
Judgment,
see the
base damage
judgment,
gain.
bro.
He has 1 strong energy, that's 100. Fighting Stadium, 120. Muscle Band, 140. If he could do Muscle Band 2 Golbat, that is the perfect 180 without having to discard his energy. I think it might be worth going for because then you can blow up another Landorus that decides to come out.
Well, Obstacle Colress, this is going to be drawing 8 cards.
Off these 8, he would have to get Muscle Band and 2 Golbat.
3 specific cards. And those Golbat, he could also be something like the Level Ball.
Right.
Something to become a Golbat.
Or you can get 1 and
I had a Twitter back in 2009. That's when I started my Twitter, but I didn't start using it until about the pandemic. Like I didn't really start using Twitter until like 2020. Yeah. And Pokemon was still on mostly on Facebook. The whole Pokemon scene was on Facebook until like the I saw myself do my neck stretch on the face cam and I was like, man, I need to stretch my neck. It's literally the same mannerisms. It's hilarious. I saw myself do it and I was like, man, I gotta do that.
Scoop up Cyclone, something like that. There are a lot of combinations here. Otherwise, I have to wonder, is he going to use the Land's Judgment just to discard all the energy and take out the Landorus?
I think I would. I mean, you've been seeing a lot of success with 1 energy. You can just attach 1 later. Let's see. I think I saw Muscle Band, but I can't see the rest.
All right, this is going to be a big turn. Do we see any Golbat or anything like that to help him
I
out?
don't think I do. I saw
All right.
purple, but I don't know if it was Golbat.
So now the decision comes. Do you Land's Judgment, burn all of your energy, do that big discard, get the knockout, grab your 2 prizes, or do you just continue Hammerhead?
It's hard because both decks, they don't run that many energy overall, but that's what he opts for. The giant Land's Judgment. He loses all of his energy, but he does, in 1 shot, knock out the clean Landorus EX.
Yeah, it's a big
Dang.
reward there.
Look
but
at that
also a big
Hawlucha army
drawback.
over there,
Discarding
dude.
all 3 of your energy.
That's
now
so
you've kind
sick.
of nullified your biggest threat. I mean, you got the 2 prizes out of it, you got the big reward, but now you're back to just Hammerhead. You don't have that looming threat of Land's Judgment taking a 1-hit knockout.
And we do sort of instantly see the punishment that Andrew is able to bring by hitting that super scoop up on his last turn. Without it, that Landorus was much more likely to fall without having to discard his energy.
Absolutely. So we see another Colress. Colress, we see maybe 1 or 2 of these cards in every deck. It's a situational supporter that only works when the benches get big. But when it works, boy, 10.
Situational supporter. Chorus. One of the greatest of all time. One of the GOAT supporters. All right. 8 years later, we still playing Colress in our Gym Leader Challenge decks. That's right. Colress is the freaking GOAT, dude. Shuffle, draw 10.
10 cards.
The full Diaz.
Oh, man. We could see all sorts of Golbat, Crobat, Super Scoop Up. Who knows what's going to happen after 10 cards.
The sky is the limit when you Colress for 10.
Yeah, I mean, we could see even a knockout on the active if we can see enough sneaky and surprise bites, get strong energy, muscle band, all sorts of stuff.
Crobat, some search cards, Golbat. He has a lot to work with right now. Is there an energy?
Is that possible? You draw 10 cards, you don't draw a single energy card?
He might have gotten it early. I'm not sure. I have to see it again.
Don't get me wrong, I've been there.
Look at that face. Having the face cam there is so sick. When I look at my 10 cards and I don't see an energy there, and I immediately go check the discard, like, do I have like 5 here? What's up? I'm so livid.
Before, the course for 10 just seems like you'll draw everything, right? I mean, 10 cards,
Here,
how can you possibly miss an energy?
Watch the face reactions back.
See it again.
Don't get me wrong, I've been there before. The course for 10 just seems like you'll draw.
Wait. Yeah, watch the... Here we go. Yeah, watch this.
Get strong energy, muscle band, all sorts of stuff.
Crobat, some search cards, Golbat. He has a lot to work with right now. Is there an energy?
Is that possible? You draw 10 cards, you don't draw a single energy card?
He might have gotten it early. I'm not sure. I have to see it again.
Don't get me wrong, I've been there before. The course for 10 just seems like you'll draw.
I'm not mad.
Everything,
I'm just
right?
disappointed.
I mean, 10 cards,
all right.
How can you possibly miss an energy? And then you draw the cards one by one. 8th card. That's
I'm not mad.
9th card. Well, surely the 10th.
That's take a prize. Maybe this prize will be an energy. Oh my goodness, that's no energy.
What?
How can that happen? That's the variance that this game can sometimes bring.
I mean, it is interesting to note Andrew only runs 10 energy, so I guess he does run a relatively low amount compared to other decks, but still 10 cards.
Yeah, still less than Jordan, who runs 9.
Yeah.
Or more than Jordan.
That's what I'm saying. I played more energy than most
so
people.
tough
Jordan
break.
only plays
Look at how many
9.
energy are in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, at least 7, 8 energy maybe in his deck still.
Oh boy. Never tell him the odds.
Looking at that.
You can just see the look of utter disgust on his face.
Like, yeah, almost all my remaining cards, I would have enjoyed drawing one of these.
I chorused for 10, right? 10?
Oh, man, I don't even know what to make of that.
One turn without Hammerhead is huge. He just has to throw up the Crobat as a damage buffer with that 50, or sorry, fighting.
Yes! I got a
Resistance and fighting is going to make it very difficult for any meaningful attack out of Jordan, but yeah, he kind of got away with that land's judgment to discard all the energy. No punishment.
I'll retreat to Crobat and pass, I guess.
Off. Sometimes you just got to go all in.
Yeah, now we're tied 3-3 in prizes. Anything could happen. I don't really know who's going to come out on top here. I would say the edge might go to Andrew. He's got the Golbat in play. Could get a Crobat out, whereas Jordan just sitting with the one Zubat. He's filled his bench up with a lot of Hawlucha.
Oh, and this could be a pretty tough blow. So Jordan able to find himself an energy and a muscle band, and he's going to end. Andrew gets 3 cards, he gets 3 cards. If Andrew gets bad 3 cards, I can only imagine right now, he's laughing, talking like, I can't believe I missed that energy. I can only imagine is what he's saying.
How much you going to bet he draws 3 energy here?
Here it comes. You ready for irony? Or even worse, get no energy again.
See, we shake it off. I'm laughing about it now.
So both players drawing 3 cards.
Shake it off. Shake it off.
If you were hammerheading against a Landorus EX, this would do 90. But Crobat, not an EX. Resist fighting, he's actually doing 50.
I don't think Andrew got an energy. He has an N, so something to draw, but wow.
You can see he's a little frustrated there, not drawing the energy.
I would be.
Oh, yeah. I've been there plenty of times. The chorus for 10 is always such an empty promise.
How can it be empty? It's like the most cards you can draw right now, but, sometimes...
Maybe we saw with Britt last round the chorus for 10.
He did that
so
3 straight
even
turns,
though I
and,
missed the energy,
it ended up not working for him either. Maybe
I don't
that's
get punished that bad because Jordan doesn't have a Lysander, so it's fine.
Putting damage, focusing on the Landorus EX on the bench. Maybe we'll start to see Hawlucha.
We do see Professor Juniper. If that doesn't turn into an energy, oh my goodness. Okay, there we go. I was about to lose my mind.
I only find 1.
Actually, only 1 energy off those 7 cards, but at least he got 1.
He needed it. Oh, super scoop up. Once again, huge influencer in this matchup, especially when he hits heads.
Here we go. Super scoop up. He's
nuts!
Wow, this has been a game changer. Jordan, all he can do is smile again.
All right. If I'm Jordan, I'm punching drywall though. Like, it's not supposed to work that way. Like, bruh. What am I supposed to do about this?
Knowing, if only he flipped tails. Come on, stop doing that. Stop doing that, Andrew.
He is now, what is it, 4 for 5 on those flips?
Something like that, yeah. And here comes, we saw the surprise bite from Crobat, putting 3 more damage counters. If we see the strong energy on the Hawlucha, it actually hits for 100 and finishes off Landorus. So super scoop up coming up big.
So opting maybe to attach the strong energy to Hawlucha, flying press.
But you're seeing, like, I got N to 3. What I wanted to find off of, and then I Junipered, right? Thank you, Adam, for the Prime sub. And then I Junipered, and it's like, okay, I want to find the cards I need to knock out this Landorus. I need to find a super scoop up. I need to hit the heads. I need to reset my Crobat, evolve into another Crobat. And it's like, you give yourself the opportunity. Oh yeah, did you guys see Natalie Miller roll double heads like 5 times to beat Control at OCIC? Double heads like 5 times. It was nuts. Thank you on Holy Fire for the Prime sub. It happens. Yeah, it's crazy. I know.
Destroy the Landorus EX.
And I think that was the difference between a knockout and not getting one, because Andrew did not have a Crobat in his hand. So being able to play the super scoop up.
Vito, do you know Jordan? Are you for real?
Put a new one down, get the additional
I don't blame him.
That all adds up to a knockout with Hawlucha.
Man, that one card, old school super scoop up. It's a risky card, but you can see some risks come with great rewards.
It's always been a high risk, high reward kind of card. We've seen it pay off in tournaments plenty of times.
Oh, you're Austin Vance? Yo, what's up, Vito?
World Championship with his Darkrai Mewtwo deck. We saw Super Scoop Up coming in big all the time. So a card that's familiar with high level.
For sure.
It almost always has some sort of space in the format. The open promise of, hey, if you can hit my flip, you get to reset a whole Pokemon. That's good in almost every format. It just depends. Some decks can't afford it.
Now, at this point, Andrew is down to 1 prize card. 1 prize card separates him from moving on to the finals of this tournament. If he can manage to just find one more thing to knock out, he'll be moving on. Now, if you're in Jordan's shoes, you're thinking, boy, well, first of all, how do I even knock out this Hawlucha?
Yeah, that fighting resistance might come into play. I mean, you have to deal 90 damage off 1 energy. Good Lucario? No. He needs like that plus bats, something.
He needs to get batty here. Get some of those bats in play. A Crobat and then a strong energy would do it. But, I mean, he doesn't necessarily have to knock out Hawlucha. It's just if he doesn't, then a Lysander.
Yeah, sure. Theals, what play are you talking about?
If he doesn't knock out Hawlucha, what is he even attacking? Oh,
there we go.
That means game over. It's just like we saw in the last
Lysander
game.
Jirachi. GG's, that's it.
Both games end the same way. VS Seeker for Lysander. Poor Jirachi gets picked off, and that's it.
Wow.
Andrew Mahoney moves on to the finals here at the regional championships.
As we often see in mirror matches, they can come down to the wire, down to just individual cards that different players play, down to coin flips. And, man, Andrew has got to feel great after getting that disappointing Colors for 10 no energy, still being able to squeeze it out.
We saw MVP Super Scoop Up, I think no question there. Being able to pick up those Pokemon, lay them back down, deny knockouts. You can't even express how important.
I was the only player in the room playing this build of this deck. Yeah, what? Oh, I was clicking the link thinking that you were showing me something. Yeah, I was the only player in the room playing this version of this deck. You're looking for the Gym Leader Challenge playmat, Thiels? Yeah. That's on trickygym.com. I did click on the Nightbot link. Yeah, I'm not very smart. Anyways, let's carry on.
Important that was.
Oh, it's great. And now Andrew has been able to flip his way all the way up into the finals for this regional championship.
I gotta say, coming into this, if you told me a Landorus Crobat deck was gonna make it all the way to the finals, I probably wouldn't have believed you. It's just...
See? See? Haters! Haters, bro. Nobody believed me. Nobody, bro. Nobody believed me. I was telling you. I was trying to tell everybody that this deck was broken, bro. And nobody believed me. So we had to prove it to him. Which is exactly what we did.
Not a deck that's been extremely popular.
I wouldn't have believed you there, except for how often it dominates me on Pokemon Trading Card Game Online. I look at it, I'm like, oh, I'm losing to this gimmick deck. We've seen
a gimmick deck. That's what this was. This is so perfect because this is exactly how the conversations were going. This is exactly what the vibe was. Is like, you know, your top players didn't respect the deck. They thought it was a gimmick. They were like, no, it's trash. You know? Yeah. I'm telling you, I was the only one playing it out of my friend group. No, my friends didn't even respect it. Evoltol was everywhere. There were Evoltol decks, Seismitoad decks. So the meta was like Evoltol EX, Seismitoad EX, and then there were Virizion Genesect decks, and there was a metal deck. Connor Fitton actually top 8'd this regional with a saucy metal deck. There was Donphan Walls. Yep. Evoltol was the big one. Evoltol EX was like the big bad of this era. So logic would tell you that you can't play a fighting deck when Evoltol EX is the big bad because Evoltol EX resists fighting, right? And Seismitoad was also very popular, and Seismitoad EX hits Landorus EX for weakness. So for people who didn't do any testing, they would tell you that you can't play Landorus because you'll lose to both of these cards. Phantom Forces was out. That's what set Crobat's from. Thank you, Couch Potato. Yes. So the common logic was you couldn't play Landorus because... And I beat Evoltol EX in top 8, actually. So, and I beat Evoltol EX in day 2 as well. How do you beat Evoltol? Well. You've got Hawlucha. Hawlucha is exactly how you beat Evoltol. Hawlucha and I had a Dedenne, so that was my tech. Hawlucha was great against Evoltol, and it was great against Seismitoad. Seismitoad's Quaking Punch was scary for Landorus because with the Muscle Band, it's doing 100 damage and Item Lock, and they could laser you to put you to sleep. Hawlucha is fantastic against Seismitoad because if they don't have Muscle Band with Hypnotoxic Laser and Verbank, they don't knock you out. So you can actually trade 2-hit KOs with Hawlucha into Seismitoad. And then Hawlucha is also really good against Evoltol because Hawlucha's Shining Spirit ability reads, damage from this Pokemon's attacks not affected by weakness or resistance. So you actually hit through Yveltal's fighting resistance. So with a strong energy, a muscle band, and fighting stadium, that's 60 damage worth of damage buffs. You can actually swing into a Yveltal for 120 damage. And then with a Golbat, that's 140 damage. And with a Crobat, that's 170 damage. So you could actually knock out Yveltals super easily with Hawlucha. And then I did have, for just in case, I played a tech card as well. Jordan and I both played the same tech card, as you could see. We both played Dedenne. Now, Dedenne, a scary thing that could happen was maybe your opponent got a really big Yveltal and started swinging to knock out your Landorus in one hit. If they tried to do that, you can level ball for Dedenne. Dedenne has the Energy Short attack, which does 20 damage times the amount of energy attached to your opponent's active Pokemon. So if an Yveltal has like 4 energy attached to it, this will do like, what, 80 damage or something? It really wasn't. I don't know why we were playing this card. This card kind of stinks. All right, but if they had like 7 energy attached to it, then you were doing like 140. So anyways, we played this thing to help damage the Yveltals. Oh, 160. Oh, yeah. Oh, all right. 160. Yeah. That's better. Yeah. That's right. I just did my math wrong. I thought I was multiplying by 2, but I wasn't. Yeah. So, right, if they had 4 energy on it, then you were doing 80 damage times 2, 160, 1-hit KO. Yeah, that's pretty good. So then, if they had 3 energy on them, then you were doing 120 damage. So the Dedenne, that's the card that we played for the Yveltal matchup. And it was nice. Yeah, entrainment could set up as well. So for people that weren't, testing, they would tell you that Landorus Crobat was a joke and that it couldn't keep up with the top decks. But for those of us that were invested and put in the work, we knew exactly what was up.
Seen 2 of them now in the semifinals. Maybe it's not so much of a gimmick.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen how strong it is. Those 20, 30 damage increments just add up in combination with Hammerhead, the bench damage, the strong energy, muscle band, fighting stadium. All these little 20s and 30s are starting to add up to big knockouts and quick wins.
All right, so we will be interviewing Andrew, asking him about some of those games. I'm sure you can ask him about that Colors for 10, how that felt. It's going to be fun. And then we're going to the finals, the big match. Tell your friends, tweet #PlayPokemon. Let's get people in here to watch this final tournament.
Welcome back to the 2015 Winter Regional Championship. I am Kyle Pukasukovic here with our winner of the previous round, Andrew Mahone. First of all, Andrew, great win. How do you feel?
I feel ecstatic. I'm really excited to be in the finals of regionals. First time doing it, so.
361 players. We're down to 2. You're one of them. Were you expecting this coming into the weekend?
No. I was telling my girlfriend Kirsten that I thought that there would just be tons.
Be mature, chat. I had a different girlfriend at the time. It's okay. Be mature about this.
Tons of bulky Veltal decks, and we were probably, she's playing Donphan and I was playing Crobat Landorus, and we were probably just going to 0-3 drop and go find something else to do. So, no, not what I was anticipating at all.
This is far away from an 0-3 drop. You're 1 game away from winning the tournament. So tell us about the Landorus Crobat deck. What made you decide to go with this?
Landorus Crobat's something that I picked up at the end of Cities and started messing around with, playing a lot of games on Pokemon Trading Card Game Online, and I just really liked it. It was aggressive.
Pour one out for the Pokemon Trading Card Game Online. Go ahead, chat. Pour one out. End of an era. Press F. I owe my regional win to PTCGO. Dang.
It had though it's fighting type, I mean, the Crobats help like make up the difference in the and against the decks that resist you, like Yveltal and stuff like that. And I just felt like it didn't have any auto losses. It can kind of beat anything just by overpowering it. So I like that. Played around with the list a lot, and then kind of settled on it. And as I've logged like just way more hours testing this deck, like too many hours on PTCGO testing this deck even. So then when it came down to regionals, it was just like, yeah, I'm gonna play what I've been playing for the last month. I was able to do well at a few cities with it, so it just seemed like the thing to do.
That's awesome.
And hope for a lot of Manectric decks and Virizion decks, which it fares pretty well against.
Your hard work definitely paying off. Now we jump into the expanded format for day 2. Were you prepared for that, or was it just kind of like, oh hey, I can play level ball now?
Yeah. No, I think probably most people have not tested and expanded at all. I built an expanded version of this deck on PTCGO and rolled a couple games with it, and I was like, yeah, level ball's pretty good. All right, and that's pretty much all I figured out. But I'm asking some people before the tournament, what do I play? Like I don't know. Like we're going into a whole new format, and all I know is Crobat Landorus, and my friend Kevin Baxter just was like, just play bad. It's still good. Just play it. Play it. Yeah, play what you know. I was like, all right. And he was telling me, you just got to go level balls and Pokécom. So I was like thinking about Pokécom as is my options. I gutted a few cards, cut to 3 Ultra Ball, 3 level ball, and then decided against the Pokécoms just because I really wanted the consistency of Ultra Ball. Just for an aggressive deck like that. Like if I want to turn 1 Landorus, I don't want to be fiddling around with a Pokécom if I don't have a Pokémon. Just like the guarantee of the Pokemon meant more to me than the trade-off of maybe not having to discard a Crobat every once in a while.
It's awesome. A lot of thought went into this.
Yeah. And I played a few games with my friend Natalie last night, and when I was like, all right, it worked.
Soy!
Let's do it. I'll do it.
Now, about the games you just played against Jordan. Great games.
Thank you.
I mean, a mirror match.
Yeah.
Is that a matchup you've tested?
Yeah. Actually, as the deck started becoming more popular, you started popping up on PTCGO more, so I got to test some mirrors because none of my...
Natalie and I have been good friends for a long time, all right? We've known each other forever. We were in the same friend groups. Yes. We were in the same friend groups. We were friends for a long time.
Friends wanted to test against the Crobat later.
Nobody ever wants to play.
No. So I let people on PTCGO be my testing partners. So yeah, I played it a lot. It's a mirror match where I think like the construction of the deck matters a lot.
Sure.
I noticed almost everybody plays Karina in their list, which I don't play any of, and I think that just being able to just go aggressive and just say I'm going to Juniper, Colress, and N, and that's it, and just draw as many cards as I can, set up as many bats as I can, and just overwhelm my opponent. Whereas if you're like Karina, maybe you grab like a Landorus and 1 level ball, and you get 1 bat, But 1 bat in the mirror, it'll die. It's just going to get knocked out. So, also going first in the mirror matters a lot.
Sure.
So I was really excited. I was able to pull out those wins versus Jordan. Going second both games, that was really not expected. And then another big thing in the mirror is what your ace spec is.
Right.
Almost everybody's playing Karina and Scoop Up Cyclone, it's really strong. It's kind of a one-trick pony though. I can't tell you how many times I've started my computer search and been like, thank goodness it's a computer search.
It's Old Faithful.
It just gets what you want. So that just having to look out for Jordan's Scoop Up Cyclone because I know he played that because I played him in Swiss yesterday. We ended up tying unintentionally.
One thing's for sure, and you can notice this even all the way back then. Man, this man could talk about Pokemon cards forever. Holy smoke. He might have a future in this. Yeah, that man right there, he can talk some Pokemon TCG.
Now speaking
very
of
close game.
scoop ups, the big difference in pretty much both games was super scoop up.
Yes.
Now, what made you decide to go for super scoop up, whereas a player like Jordan said, nah, scoop up Cyclone's enough for me?
So with the way that my deck's made, I don't play any Karina. I just play Colress and Junipers and Ends, and I just want big turns with Juniper and Colress, and I want to be able to Juniper, scoop up whoever I want, maybe hit a Golbat, Crobat, and get my Strong all in one turn. And that's asking a lot, but in a deck that can Colress for 10, that's not that much. I mean, you're gonna draw enough cards to do that. And I know, like, scooping up your guys, your 1 energy attackers, is kind of what the deck's based around. So when I started building the list, I was talking to my friend Kevin Baxter. He was piloting a Crobat Wobbuffet deck, and he said that he played a lot of Oz in his deck, or AZ. So I started with that. Started with 3 AZ, never used it. I never had time. I never had time to sit around and just play my supporter for the turn to pick it up.
True story. We didn't know if it was Oz or AZ. I played a lot of Oz, bro. Listen. These Pokemon games don't got voice acting. All right, who the heck knows if it's Oz or AZ? I don't know. There's no voice acting.
Jordan actually in his deck played 2 copies of that card, and we didn't see it a single time.
And it didn't get played once,
Right.
Right. And how many times did I flip Super Scoop Up?
Super Scoop Up, yeah.
Super Scoop Up. Right. I mean, Super Scoop Up's just a card you can play on the run, and when you hit them, the benefit you get while being able to just scoop a card up, put it right back down, is so huge. And Oz discarding the energy, not only do you have to have it be your supporter for the turn, you have to have a new energy in hand.
Right.
There's so many equations that you have to be really ready to play your Oz. Whereas Super Scoop
Oz, bro! He said Oz!
Yeah, you can play whenever. I can't tell you how many times, just have a Super Scoop Up, I'll just get this Jirachi back, just out of the play area so you can't kill it, so.
All right, so another big moment in the game, the second game, you had the big Chorus for 10. You just need to draw 1 energy. You draw 10 cards, not a single one. We looked through your deck. You had 8 energy left or something like that. What's going through your head when that happens?
Oh, my God. So, a pretty close game. I think it was 3-3 prizes or so. And I was going to attack. Landorus had 50 damage on it. And I was going to Colress for 10. And I had a couple Golbats on the field, maybe a Zubat or something. And I know that if I hit the strong energy for my Hawlucha, maybe a Golbat or something. I need some sort of Golbat, Crobat, something,
Sure.
and an energy for Hawlucha. It's going down, and that'll put me to 1 prize, which is going to be huge because I'm going down to 1 prize. I had made an effort to not bench any, the Zubats later in the game so that I knew that he wouldn't be able to take cheap prizes on them. And, going in for the knockout, miss it. I'm thinking wow, I got the Golbats and the Crobats and stuff, but all right. So
those energy things.
The energy thing. So then I try to knock out the Zubat. I'm like, maybe they're prized to knock out the Zubat, and then there's nothing there either. So yeah, no energy there. That's fine. I mean, and the great thing about playing Crobat is I can't tell you how many times I just passed with that Crobat act.
He's tough to knock out.
Wait a turn. Yeah, you're not gonna. I mean, especially Crobat. I mean, Landorus is probably not gonna one-hit knock out a Crobat. So it's fine. Yeah, as you saw, the game pretty much he didn't heal the Landorus, fortunately, which is what I was worried about.
Yeah.
But he didn't heal it, so I was like, okay, back to where we were, and took care of it the next turn.
Now, looking ahead, I'm not sure who your finals opponent is going to be, but are there any decks you would like to face or any that you're kind of scared to face?
I don't want to play anything with Toads in it, though I know there's this deck's worst matchup is anything with Garbodor. You would think that, maybe you can snipe the Trebuchets before they get it, but I mean, a turn 2 Garbodor just totally shuts this deck down. There's really nothing to be done about it. And maybe later in the game you can muscle band a Crobat and Lysander,
Sure.
but it's just asking a lot. It doesn't really ever happen, especially if they're playing Seismitoad, Garbodor, So all that, there was none, and I didn't play a single Garbodor deck, in day 2, so not worrying about any of those. The metal deck matchup can actually be really difficult. I know that the player in top 4 who's piloting battle is playing the 70 hit point Bronzors. So that is
That player is Connor Fenton.
direct tech for the sniping decks. which is a big deal because the 50 is good math. for my
Connor's
deck.
first
Landorus,
ever
Golbat,
regional
it's
top
gone.
8.
So having to deal with those is going to be a lot. Having to deal with Dialga, locking my Landorus in the active with his first attack
Yeah, that
is something
Chrono Wind could
I
be a real
don't
pain.
want to deal with that. I don't play any switching cards in my deck.
That was something. This was also something like totally crazy about my list is I didn't play any switch. None. Just 3 super scoop up. Well, the whole deck has free retreat except for Landorus. So when you send Landorus in, he's either going to swing till he dies or you scoop him up. That's it. So you had to be careful. And that's how I found room for everything. You just didn't play any switch cards. Super scoop up was your switch card.
Only play super scoop up. So if he Chrono wins a Landorus and I have to scoop it up and I miss, then that's a really big loss. So metal can be, an Aegislash. I mean, I run 6 basic fighting just to, give
So you're
myself
hoping to
more outs.
avoid the metal.
I don't really want to play against the metal player, but if the other player's Toad, I'll take the metal player. So I don't want to play against any Toads.
All right, Andrew. Well, thanks for your time. Congratulations again. We'll see you in the finals. I'm happy for you. You seem genuinely excited.
Yeah.
Got a great passion for the game. So best of luck
Hey,
to you.
thank you, Puka. It was a pleasure talking with you. Thanks.
Thanks. I'll be envisioning that right there when I'm on my deathbed.
Stay tuned. We'll be back for the finals.
All right. And
Basics down. We'll see.
the finals. You know how I said I didn't want to play against You know how I said I didn't want to play against Toad? Well,
Was talking about how he was maybe not so crazy about coming into this Seismitoad deck, and we're gonna see how that goes.
I think Andrew is kind of in trouble no matter what he was going up against. He was saying,
Yeah,
well,
he
there's
just
two
liked
decks
both
I don't want to
decks.
face. Metal and Seismitoad. And he said if it came down to it, he would prefer playing the Metal deck, but he's going to go up against the Seismitoad instead.
Well, we haven't seen Rithkey yet in this tournament. He's in the finals. Let's go ahead and check out some information.
Looks like he has some pretty decent accomplishments there. A state championship back in 2012. He won a city championship this year, and you could see the main
now
cards in his
Rith
deck right
was
there.
able to
Seismitoad
beat
EX, Victini
Jason
EX, and then that
Klaczynski,
Furbank City
3-time
Gem
world
Hypnotoxic
champion,
Laser. Those are going to be big.
en route
Yeah,
to
this
this
is going-
finals
he might
appearance
not be
in a
using the Victini
Seismitoad
here,
mirror.
But I'm sure he might have used it to beat the Metal deck that he just had to face in the semifinals. I'm sure it was paramount.
that was very helpful.
That card, man, it turns this deck into one that sort of has losing matchups to one that can maybe beat everything.
Yeah, it's just a great one tech card there. You can completely swing a bad matchup. You don't think Seismitoad EX can beat Virizion Genesect, and then you throw in just 1 or 2 cards like that. You turn an auto loss into, I don't know, maybe a favorable matchup.
All right, let's go ahead and circle back over to Andrew. We just saw win that crazy mirror match game between his Crobat and Fighting deck. And he's got, as we've shown before, a 2014 Regionals top
Seismitoad
4,
EX is just one of the most
2013 Regionals
notorious
top 8,
decks.
2013 Provincials top 16. We talked about how after getting a lot of those top placements, you've got to be hungry for more.
One of the most
You can add
notorious
a
decks
top
in the
2
history
to
of the
this
Pokemon
list now at
TCG.
Regionals, but certainly you would love to, after a run this long, after this many rounds of Pokemon, to be number 1.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the 8, the 4. He's at the 2 right now. Maybe he's going to try to make that a 1 instead of a 2. Get that first place trophy.
All right. Well, it looks like both players are getting ready. They've got their setup. Let's go ahead and jump into this game. This is the finals. If you are on Twitter, please drop the hashtag #PlayPokemon. Let your friends know that they can watch this right now at Pokemon.com/regionals. Let's get some hype for this finals Master TCG regional game.
I'm extremely excited. We haven't gotten to see Rith play at all, but he actually took down the 3-time
Provincials
world
is like
champion,
the
Jason
Canadian
Klaczynski,
version
in
of
the
states.
top 8 of this tournament.
Yeah.
That's an amazing
It's
accomplishment,
states, but-
taking down a world champion like that.
Yeah,
Canada.
And, both players are running a similar Seismitoad EX list. So he's like, I really like Toad. I think I can beat the best Toad in the field right now.
And Andrew was saying, I don't want to face Seismitoad. But in this situation, what do you think Andrew would have to do to beat a deck like this that's just going to use Quaking Punch over and over and over?
Pro plays right there. I'm playing the Super Scoop Up because I know I'm about to get item locked, so I'm just burning items. Just get them out, get them out, get them out.
Well, really early
And yes, you could play Supporters turn 1 back then.
in the game, we can bust out one of my favorites. Hawlucha does have a sort of positive matchup against Toads itself. If Rith, for some reason, can't continually cycle Toads, you can get a knockout Hawlucha. Really, anytime you can buy 1 turn of items is a big deal. So that's going to be big. Rith missing double colorless energy is going to be very big. You can't guarantee that that's going to hit your hand.
Yeah, I think if there's one card that's going to be the difference, it's like you said, that Hawlucha. It's the best way to combat that Seismitoad EX because Landorus EX, it's weak to water. It's not good against Seismitoad. He can get hit for double damage. Hammerhead, not that great. We also see things like Headringer in Rith's deck that can make Landorus much less effective. So, I don't know. It could come down to how many Golbat and Crobat Andrew gets out as well.
Well, there's...
Now, Rith's deck is Seismitoad, Slurpuff. So the idea of this deck is you play Seismitoad, which has Quaking Punch and, you know, item locks. But then you also play Slurpuff. And Slurpuff has this ability, Tasting. This is before Shaman EX was released, okay? So this is the best draw card. And this is the best draw support Pokemon in the game. All right, understand it's a different time. All right, different time. It's a different time back then. So the idea is if you set up like 4 Slurpuff, you could draw 4 extra cards a turn. And then if Slurpuff is in the active spot, you could draw 2 cards. And then Trump Card was legal and existed. This is the only format where Trump Card existed healthily, okay? Well, all right, there were 2 formats. There was this format. Trump Card came out in Phantom Forces. Phantom Forces came out in the winter. This is February. So this Phantom Forces came out in like December. So December 2014, Phantom Forces. Or like November or something. And then you had this format, which it was fine because nobody could draw enough cards for Trump Card to matter. Okay? It was just a bet. It wasn't that good of a card because you couldn't draw enough cards for Trump Card to matter. The only deck that could almost draw enough cards for Trump Card to matter was Seismitoad EX with Slurpuff. So that's what this deck did. Now, Lysander's Trump Card is a supporter card that puts all the cards from your discard pile back into your deck. Obviously, that sounds incredibly broken. Imagine if this card was legal in a standard format with Lugia V-Star. Imagine if you could just put all your energy back into your deck. Imagine that. You're just like, oh yeah, all the special energy, toss it back in, baby. I'll Luminion for Trump Card and then yeet. Yeah. So Trump Card wasn't broken here, and it wasn't broken in the Primal Clash format either, because there wasn't any crazy draw options that enabled it. But then as soon as Roaring Skies released and Shaman EX came out, Trump Card got broken. Because Shaman EX allowed you to draw through your entire deck in a turn or two, and then combined with Trump Card, you could play all these broken cards over and over and over and over and over again. So by the time Trump Card was released in like November, December 2014, by the time the summer rolled around, or the spring, early summer, it was banned. So it was like the 6-month card. It was only legal for 6 months. It lasted exactly 1 regional championship. I got top 16 at that regional championship with my broken Raichu deck. And the only reason, I'm convinced that the only reason that I didn't win that regional championship is because I had to switch to expanded day 2. And I messed up my Raichu deck completely going into expanded. I took all the good cards out. I put some bad cards in. Terrible decision. But I had a broken Raichu deck that I finished like second seed going into day 2 with my Raichu deck. And then, yeah, and then I got super afraid of Archeops and tried to, because you could like Maxie's Archeops into play. And I got super afraid of players doing that because I was playing an evolution-based deck. So I tried to accommodate for it, and it was just a bad idea. But anyways, Lysander's trump card, the 6-month card, banned after 6 months. Slurpuff is how this deck draws cards. Bada boom, bada bing. Let's go.
My boy, Hawlucha hitting the field. Let's see, is there going to be a double? I do see a fire in Rith's hand. He could attach twice. He only runs 6 total energy in his entire deck.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Only 6 total energy. I mean, so like, keep in mind, you heard Puka said I wasn't running a lot of energy. I was playing 10. Decks be right, like that was normal. You know, Jordan was playing 9. This deck is playing 6. With Trump card, you could put those energy back in, and then as soon as Shaman EX came out, decks were playing 4 energy. That was just the normal, right? Just 4 energy decks all over the place. Because you had all these broken cards you could play that allowed you to just reuse those same 4 energy. And the energy was double colorless, obviously.
I mean, you only need the double colors to power up Quaking Punch. He's completely ignoring that Grenade Hammer attack. And he's going to start off here with the Skyla, but, well, you know, he actually does play Computer Search as his ace-spec card.
That might be the play. Oh, he flips it right up to the top. We've talked about Old Faithful. Why is Computer Search so good? You can search for anything. Double colorless energy is so paramount to this strategy.
And we were talking about that victory piece. I mean, most of the time you're like, why would you even play Victini without victory piece?
Why has Victini and no victory piece?
Nah, he doesn't need it.
Wow, and only 2 fire energy, so it's sort of a, I guess, a last stand kind of card where you can maybe build it up on the bench and knock out some things.
Sure, so Skyla here coming out of Rith. He is searching for any trainer card here. Looks like he's eyeing up the...
All right, now here's the deal. This is a play that my friends all make fun of me because my friends make fun of me by saying that I got lucky because this is not a good play. That's what, so you know how your friends make fun of you. You succeed at something and then your friends never let you live it down and just say that, you know, you got lucky, or they make fun of you because you did well at something. So this is something that my friends make fun of me because of this play. Now, Rith is in the finals of a regional championship. Obviously has played very well. And Rith has a Skyla as a supporter for turn. So Rith doesn't have a great hand and can make one of 2 decisions. He can either say, I'm not going to turn 1 item lock, and I'll Skyla for Juniper and try to get it there next turn. Or Rith can Skyla for Computer Search and start Quaking Punching. I think that this is like, I think it's a fine decision. It's really, you know, it's a toss-up. It's like, okay, do you either want to get the turn 1 item lock at all costs, or do you want to try and prepare for the future and forfeit the turn 1 item lock? Rith chooses the turn 1 item lock. And it's a valid play. My deck was extremely supporter heavy. I built my deck to be able to handle item lock, but most decks could not handle a turn 1 item lock. But I built my deck specifically to be able to handle this.
The Computer Search said he could grab...
Now, he would have been better off not going for this play, but he doesn't know my list. For all he knows, I could be stuck.
Double colorless energy, get right into a Quaking Punch, but beyond that, his hand looks pretty weak.
Yeah, you know, a lot of decks, they don't always opt to play Skyla anymore because it doesn't draw you cards. It just allows you to search your deck for 1 trainer. And so being able to Skyla Computer Search for any...
And we can see the hand is just a Fire Energy, I think a Hex Maniac maybe, Tool Scrapper, and a Crushing Hammer. So not a great hand. So he has to make the decision. Is he going to Skyla for Juniper and pass? I mean, to be fair, either play he makes, he's toast. It's not Hex. You're right. It's not Hex. Hex comes out in Primal Clash. It's not Hex. It's some other purple-looking card. All right. It's not Hex Maniac yet. That's right. Ancient Origin. Wow. All right. It's been a while. It was take a while to get to Hex Maniac. But either way, Rith is in a terrible position because he opens his turn 1 supporter Skyla. So it's like you're staring down a Hawlucha that's just going to start smacking you with the Fighting Stadium in play. You know, what are you going to do about that?
Any card you want, it's a big deal.
Yeah,
so he decides to go for item lock, and it's a fair play.
Drop,
I think that's an escape route, maybe.
Tool Scrapper is going to be worthless after he uses Quaking Punch because, well, his opponent can't play items anymore.
Yep. So we didn't see what he got, but I would be very surprised if it was not a double colorless energy.
Yeah, and he starts off with the Muscle Band on the Seismitoad as well, so he can do that nice Quaking Punch for 50. The only concern I have is that Rith's hand after this, not good. So
no, it's terrible.
Yeah, he's just kind of relying on this one Seismitoad to carry him for a while. But he could also draw something like a Slurpuff to draw some extra cards.
So if one thing is going well for Andrew, it's that he has that Fighting Stadium sticking down, lets him deal extra damage to Pokemon EX. This Hawlucha could potentially, if he can stream Hawlucha's 2-shot Seismitoad, if he can get, I guess he needs strong energies to cycle through. It's going to be rough.
Sure, so we do see that first of many Quaking Punches in.
Now, I've got a really interesting situation. My draw supporter for turn, I think I have a Colress. And Colress for 3 is not very good.
This match, that's going to hit Hawlucha for 50.
Oh, there's a Juniper in there. Okay, there is a Juniper.
Damage. And you got to wonder, how will Andrew respond here? He's going to start off quickly with the Golbat, the sneaky bite, and wow.
Oh, wow. So sneaky, he got it twice.
The double sneaky bite can set up, I guess, for...
Now, my decision that I have to make is, do I want to attack with Hawlucha? Or do I want to knock out the Puff with Landorus? And I'm weighing that decision right now. Let's see what I do.
For a knockout later, if he gets a Crobat out with a surprise bite. And it looks like...
Oh,
he's actually going for the Landorus EX.
Wow. I guess he really wants to deny his opponent their Slurpuff. I'm not sure if he knows how good Rith's hand is, but it's going to get a lot harder when he no longer has an out to do.
The thing is, I know that if there's any way to beat the Seismitoad deck, you have to run the Puffs off the table. If the Puffs are allowed to evolve and start drawing cards, you're going to lose. But if you can deny the Puffs, then you can sack a Landorus. It doesn't matter. If you can deny those Puffs, you can win. So that's the strategy that I'm going for.
Do a tasting.
Sure. This is going to be a big play because Rith doesn't really have anything. It's going to take away that opportunity to use Slurpuff. Swirlix will go down. And, wow, Andrew's going to take the first prize on his second turn there.
Top deck, double colorless energy. Not so great. Wow, he can Crushing Hammer. Maybe discard energy here. Tails. Oh, boy. Now, the only thing that's rough for Andrew is he's sort of committed to this Landorus. He can no longer play a switch card to retreat it, but he only needs a couple turns to start piling on this damage and close out with Hawlucha. Rith is, even though he has, like, a better, I guess, positional advantage, if he can't find anything to draw...
So now I know his hand is dead, right? Before he Skylud for the computer search. Now, he could have had a research in his hand still and was just using Skyla to get the computer search to guarantee the double colorless. But now that he played this turn without playing Sporter, I'm like, all right, his hand's dead. Now I got him right where I want him. I have an N in my hand. I'm not going to play it.
You lose in the Pokemon trading card game if you have no bench Pokemon and your active is knocked out.
Yeah, realistically, this is going to be like a one-turn window for Rith to draw something. Hammerhead is going to hit for another 50. If all Rith can do is Quaking Punch again, Hawlucha's going to come out, and that'll be game over. So
wow.
This is...
I also decide not to attach a fighting energy because I know he plays hammers. So, like, I only have 10 energy in my deck. I know Rith plays 4 hammers, so it's like I'm going to be careful about my energy attachments.
really, really fragile situation. And here's the Hammerhead. What does Rith
Straw.
draw?
Oh, that's not
Slurpuff.
going to do it. And that actually makes Andrew's decision to knock out the Pokemon on Rith's bench all that much better.
Yeah,
You know,
and we're posed with an interesting situation. He could have just passed the turn and forced Andrew to have a switch, but no, he goes for the Quaking Punch, and now it's just fighting energy, flying breath.
Howlucha. Wow.
Wow, what? First game's over already?
Let's
What?
go,
How
baby.
did that happen? I thought Seismitoad's supposed to force slow games.
I guess so,
Let's
but
go.
when you don't draw supporters, you just have a pretty...
That's a tough start for Rith. I mean, I think that Rith was going to be in a bad position no matter what. Because here's the deal, is when you Skyla for Juniper, if you played Seismitoad back in the day, you know that a Juniper does not mean I'm drawing that double colorless. Absolutely not. It does not mean that. You could Juniper once, no DCE. Juniper again, you still might not find it. That happened all the time, and Rith knows that. Just because you're going to Juniper for 7 doesn't mean you're finding one of your 4 double colorless energy. So Rith chose to go guarantee it, and it's like, yeah. And unfortunately for Rith, wasn't able to find a draw card.
bad hand. That can happen to anybody.
Oh, that's rough. So it's hard because when you're Rith, you know, you're like, I really, really would like to grab myself this double colorless energy. Maybe could have opted to Skyla for another supporter since he had none. But in doing that, you give your opponent a free turn of items. It's like, do I put everything forward for this lock, or do I try and play for the end game by making, I guess, more of an aggressive play? It ended up backfiring, and Andrew already has one win against a matchup that, on paper, actually isn't that good.
He's one win away from winning the tournament.
Wow, I can't believe it. That was so fast.
I know. That can happen to anybody, but Andrew had a really good opening hand. I do want to stress that. The double Golbat.
That was paramount.
Yeah.
Without the second Golbat, like just one, he can't knock out the Swirlix on the bench with Hammerhead.
Yeah, and taking that out really made a difference. Rith had that Slurpuff in his hand. He couldn't evolve, and, well, that's it. Just left with that lone Seismitoad, and he fell to the mighty Howlucha.
Oh, man. And he runs so many supporter cards, was only able to find Skyla, and that's something that we were stressing. It's great for finding that one special card, but it does not draw. So if your hand has no other draw supporters, it cannot be the greatest supporter ever.
Yeah, hopefully we see a better game in the second game. And I would love to see this go to 3 games, have some really fun,
hopefully we
interesting
don't see a
games
better game.
as these two
Dang.
players are setting up. I do want to know.
I'm like, listen,
I
if
thought
I'm
Rith
going to
would
win
play
this
Jirachi
regional,
EX,
I'm going to
but
have to
since he
sack
has
my
that
way
4/4
into it because
Slurpuff line,
Seismitoad's not a
you don't see
great...
Jirachi anywhere in his list.
Seismitoad.
I
was not trying to play against Seismitoad with my fighting
for
deck.
complete consistency. You know, there's the one Victini tech, but otherwise it is literally Seismitoad, Slurpuff. That's it. You know,
Yeah.
sometimes consistency is key. It's brought him this far, so obviously it's been working. But yeah, without Jirachi, you can't get that savior supporter either.
If you're Andrew, I mean, you're feeling really great about that. You get
Yeah.
basically a free win in your first game.
Against a bad matchup or one you don't like playing against.
Right, and now it's just, you know, if that happens one more time, I win the tournament. All right, I get the 150 championship points. You get a 2-round bye at the national championships. I mean, it's a...
The stipulation of watching this back is you're not allowed to ask me what I did with my 2-round bye at the national championship. Okay, that is the stipulation. All right. Listen, this is my safe space. You're not allowed to ask. You can ask me about anything, but you can't ask me about that.
huge victory to have under your belt.
Sometimes you're able to scrap together this like miracle short win. I've had it happen many times over the Pokemon trading card games I've played. And I can tell you right now, we take those. We take those to the bank.
Yeah, I mean, you feel a little bad, but you'll take the win.
Yeah, from an out.
I was on fire this season. All right. I was on fire. I got a regional win. I got second place at a states. And I got another states top 8. And then gearing up for the national championships, I played one of the worst I played one of the worst decks I ever concocted in the history of my playing career. But then I went on to bubble out of top 8 and got 9th place at the World Championships with Night March, so it's all good.
Side perspective, I feel terrible. You know, I want to see these games play out as developed as possible. But if you're Andrew, man, that's gonna feel good.
Sure, and now we are heading into game number 2. There's Andrew. He's got to be feeling pretty good about his spot. Rith, probably a little nervous after losing that, but, you know, he's played so many games today. Man, he knows he can battle back from this.
You can't imagine that he can get a start that bad again, right? He's got the double to start so far, I see. But again, it's like Skyla is his supporter. I don't see any draw. There's Xerasic and Skyla. I'm not sure if there's any more.
Sure. Now, Andrew, he didn't get a basic Pokemon in his opening hand, so he had to show.
Oh, hat game had to be on point. The hat was a stipulation back then.
Rith will get an extra card.
You had to have a fire hat.
Of a basic, and
oh,
there's another one.
second time.
Two
so
mullies?
All of a sudden, Rith's hand that's maybe a little less than impressive can become a lot better. He's able to draw 2 cards right at the start of the game.
Yeah, and he will be going first. I mean, that's a great opportunity to, you know, he'll draw another card at the start of his turn. You know, maybe get a couple Swirlix down, get the Seismitoad going, and I mean, this is pretty much what he wanted to see in the second game.
I'm pretty sure we're going to see a more developed game this time. It's not going to end in 3-4 turns.
Yeah, I would hope so. So now, Andrew, we're going to hope he draws a basic here. And if you're him, I think, I don't know, what do you want to start with? I would say almost anything except Jirachi EX.
Yeah, it's weird. Your opponent can still hit you up with Hypnotoxic Laser. Oh,
the little guy's back, Dedenne.
Dedenne's not that good either. I'm like looking at his list. He's got all of these starters that have free retreat. I would say one of those is probably one of the best. Zubat Zubat can be a little risky, but just anything where you can retreat in a Hawlucha next turn.
You know, I actually don't mind opening up with this Dedenne because its first attack entrainment allows you to search for 2 basic Pokemon.
Head ringers.
This would be a decent way
Holy
to search
smokes.
for 2 Zubat and get them on the
You
bench.
guys know what Head Ringer does? I forgot about this card straight up. Yeah, this matchup. I should not have won this. This matchup is terrible. Yo, check out this card. A tool card that you can put on your opponent's Pokemon. It makes their attacks cost a colorless more. That's so crazy. Man. Crazy. Crazy. Could only attach it to Pokemon EX, though. I think. Yeah. So, one of those on my Landorus, I'm cooked.
It does take away his option to be aggressive here.
That is a
So
big
you
deal,
really
though,
wanted to get
especially in a deck like this,
Muscle
where you're trying
Band
to
on
get
your
all these
Landorus
Pokemon
turn
out.
1.
If you're going to be
So
item
to protect
locked,
it,
why not find alternate
you
ways
put
to
a
get
helmet
Pokemon
on it to
play?
protect it from the
Also,
head ringer.
you know, he's not going to be facing any immediate pressure. I'd be surprised if Seismitoad hit the active spot at this point. We've got our little piece of
what we need is a head ringer that you can only attach to rule box Pokemon, and it makes it so that they can't attack or use abilities. That's what we need. Yeah, head ringer for rule box Pokemon. That would do wonders, I think. The Pokemon this card's attached to can attack or use abilities. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, Radiance. Yeah, 100%. Now we're chilling.
cotton candy Swirlix in the active spot. It might not be terrible for Dedenne to just, attach, get some more basics down. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew's first turn is going to be very crucial because it might be the only time he gets to play item cards the entire game. Of course, Rith going
we
first
see Rith
means
is
he can't attack this turn.
Skyla
but
for
next turn, you
Sycamore
gotta
this
assume that
game.
Quaking Punch is on the way, and after that, you're just going to see Quaking Punch every turn. So if you have item cards, play him immediately.
Oh, yeah. He's ready to quake. He started with the opening double colorless in hand, which is the Seismitoad Dream. He's ready to go.
Yeah, so the Swirlix opening, actually pretty decent for Rith because if he evolves the Slurpuff next turn, he can use that tasting ability. He can draw 2 cards. That would be pretty nice. But we'll have to see. I know he has that double colorless in his hand. He's kind of debating attaching
I
it,
do
and
think he should have committed the double
instead.
colorless, but
I know some decks, they sort of tech in
I could
with an
end,
enhanced hammer to instantly
Right.
discard special metal, I keep saying special metal, special energies. The problem is Andrew doesn't run it.
Yeah.
see this right here? Yeah, this is a Chad Juniper right here. All right. Oh, I think one of the other changes I made from my standard to my expanded list is I went from sycamores to junipers. Or I don't know if this was. I don't think this is one of the. Might have been one of the formats where they were both legal, but yeah. This is. Well, I'm about to be item locked. You see, I don't want to shuffle draw 6. I'm about to be item locked. I need to play as many items as humanly possible.
I would have maybe tried to put it down, but he only runs 6 total energy, so I can understand being a little cautious, a little hesitant.
Yeah. And Andrew, he's plays it.
See? Headringer proof. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Protected from the headringer.
That Professor Juniper draws a hand of 7, and Ultra Balls away 2 Super Scoop Up. He knows.
Gonna hurt.
Yeah,
you know how much he cares about those Super Scoop Ups. But to be fair, in this matchup,
he won't be able to use them.
Nah.
But I didn't see an energy card in his hand, and that's going to be a big bummer for him. He wants to get energy down. You know, just be able to power up your attackers. Missing this drop here is big. Even to use Entrainment to grab 2 Zubat, that could have been enormous.
Entrainment's great, though, because you can attach Entrainment, and then you maybe have that energy still in the next turn to retreat if you have to. Without it, that is a slowdown that he was not prepared to deal with. Rith's like, okay, I'm safe now. There was no hammer coming. I'm going to get this double down. Giant Sycamore. Let's get some pieces. Let's get some lasers. You know,
Sure, he had a decision there. Do I use Tasting before the Professor Sycamore? Try to draw, I don't know, something to give me a Float Stone so I can retreat. Or do
Battle
you play it
Compressor.
first,
What a
not
sick
wanting to draw
card.
more cards that you want to discard. You know, if you draw like 2 more double colorless off your Tasting and you have to Sycamore discard your hand, that could backfire horribly. So he goes the safe route, plays the Sycamore first, and then he can use Tasting.
An interesting card is on Rith's deck that you don't often see in Seismitoad. One Battle Compressor of all things. One thing we talked about this deck is it's great for discarding things for decks that
Battle
take
Compressor, the
advantage of discard
Victini,
piles. For
so
him, I
sick.
think he's literally playing this as a one-of copy to thin his deck out.
The
Look at his
Victini was a
deck. Are there
tech card
cards in
for
here that I'm
Verzian
not gonna use?
Genesect.
I'm thinking maybe Victini is something that he likes to discard immediately with the compressor. We'll see what he ends up choosing.
There are a lot of combinations that are great with Battle Compressor. Obviously, you can go that route. Just, I don't need Victini in this game. Let's discard that. But another hidden gem about it is...
Oh, the supporters?
Yeah, you can discard supporters and then get them back with VS Seeker. So it's a backwards way of being able to search out the card you want and then being able to get them right back with the VS Seeker.
So here we see a
Flare
sort of
Grunt. You can see why I'm being so stingy with my energy, too, is because we got Crushing Hammer, Enhanced Hammer, Flare Grunt, Zerosic. So toxic.
of that. He's discarding Victini. I don't need that in this matchup. But he's also dropping supporters that can now be recycled with VS Seeker later.
Right, he just wants to search for ones that he wants immediately. You discard them so that you can get them back with the VS Seeker. It might seem a little strange, but it's very effective.
All right. So, looks like we're going ahead with a tasting.
Yeah, looks like the tasting
Oof.
there.
This is
gonna
gonna
draw
hurt.
the 2 cards. I think he puts the die on there to kind of signify that he's...
Oh, just
I
going
got
escape
confused.
rope.
I was
Doesn't
like,
go
I
with
don't
the...
think you damage yourself with tasting, right?
Going with
and
the
he's gonna
switch.
play
Doesn't go with the
switch
escape
and
rope.
just switch right into Seismitoad, and he'll get that turn 2 Quaking Punch. No more
I think just wants
items
to
for
keep
Andrew.
the
Now, he didn't get a
Dedenne locked
muscle band,
active.
So this Dedenne may survive once again. But sometimes you actually want him to knock you out, you know? If you're stuck sort of getting slow rolled.
Juniper,
with
baby.
this Pokemon
See ya.
that you really only want to retreat, it can stink. Oh, is he missing an energy again?
Okay.
Oh, strong at the end. Strong is weird, though. It can get discarded immediately by an enhanced hammer, and you actually can't attach it to a non-fighting Pokemon, so if he wants to attach and retreat this Dedenne, well, you can't with strong.
Yeah, I think he's going to make the smart play here, not put down that strong energy. The enhanced hammer is just too strong. You want to be able to use your energy. when you
Dang,
attack,
bro.
Right? Put it
I'm
down,
just
attack
passing.
immediately. You don't want to put it down and then have it get removed before you can
That's
even attack. And maybe he could save
Yeah,
it for
homie
a
out here
Halucha
just
if he manages to
pass
draw
and
one of
turn.
those.
Yeah, it's definitely a card that you want to drop, play, and attack immediately, and he's sort of just hoping, you know, I think this Dedenne...
I got
just needs to
nothing
get
going
knocked
on.
out.
We're actually seeing an escape rope from Rith here. He's forcing Andrew to choose. Push up the Landorus, which would be a pretty bad idea, or sacrifice his Zubat. So now we see a Slurpuff goes to the active spot, uses Tasting.
You see how
just to
I'm
draw 2
like,
cards,
all right, they set up the
It's really
puffs, you
good
just
bench.
lose.
And you
Brutal.
know, maybe he can find a muscle band to knock
They
out
draw
this
so many
Zubat.
cards.
If he can't,
They have
I
access
see
to
Zach
everything.
Research, so we could definitely pull that out as an option. The Zubat does have free retreat, so this might have bailed Andrew in a small way, depending.
Right. I mean, I'm pretty sure Rith will get a knockout here. And I'm not sure what Andrew's hand looks like, but I saw a lot of item cards. That's not what you want to see against Seismitoad.
No.
He just needs to get a bunch of energy and a Hawlucha and, you know, just start attacking. That's your only hope.
Thinking
So
about
you're
Tool
really
Scrapper. If he
checking
gets
out
the
his
Tool
deck.
Scrapper,
He's thinned it
he
in
could put
many
the head
ways.
ringer, but
Muscle
he's
Band
going for
is
the muscle
card that
band so he can knock out the
decides to go
Zubat.
for. I'm going to get this knockout on the Zubat while I can.
Yeah, Zubat's going to go
Because
down.
Quaking Punch
I'm
only
sure
does
Andrew
30,
would've
so with the
loved
muscle
to
band does
evolve that
50.
Zubat. You know, just get that, get the sneaky bite going, get some damage on board.
And my opponent is using the dice as ability markers, not as damage counters. The blue ones. Yeah, so that's what that is.
And not only that, but, you know, prevent Zubat from being knocked out by a quick Quaking Punch. But looks like Zubat is going to be the first victim here in this game.
And one thing I'm sure Andrew's got to be disappointed by is he has no other free retreater on the bench. One thing that's great after suffering a knockout is promoting something like these Zubats, like these Hawluchas, so that you can promote the free retreater, then choose afterward who
You
wanna
could see
retreat
how
to.
this is
With
nightmare
his current
fuel,
board
right?
Position, he might just be locked
Here we
into
go.
a contract with Landorus.
And you can
Burbank
see
City,
how quickly this is gonna
Seismitoad
shift a little bit. We
DCE,
get the
Seismitoad
extra,
DCE, tasting,
Slurpuff into play,
tasting.
and then I mean we get the Quaking Punch going, and we start to see hypnotoxic lasers come out soon, and man, Rith is going to get a stranglehold on this game.
There it is, Quaking Punch. Zubat's down, Landorus is forced up. Of course, it's water weak, so he's really going to have to maximize on this damage. Find a Hawlucha as soon as possible. He Junipers, you notice, discarding a Landorus EX, sort of showing, you know, that's not my ideal attacker right now. I need Hawlucha City. Oh, and I don't know if he's going to find one.
All right, I think at least he got a Zubat he can put down. That'll be nice. If he can start getting Golbat and Crobat out, maybe add some damage on there, make it a little easier to knock out Seismitoad. He's going to have to use the non-EXs at some point. Golbat, Crobat, Hawlucha. That has to be his go-to.
I do see Landorus EX is about to get some foul treatment. Hypnotoxic lasers right around the corner. Seismitoad can obviously hit him for a lot of damage, but maybe he can force the sleep flip as well. That's never good.
Isn't that crazy? Just an
There's
ability
a
that
lot
drew
of
one
different
card.
ways that this Landorus can be
Stage
slowed
one.
down.
Just think about like Radiant Greninja now, you know? You know, back then, back in the day, you used to have to set up a stage 1 Pokemon to draw one extra card. All right? Back in my day.
Sure.
Here's one of them, and energy removal.
There's the Crushing Hammer. Head's going to discard that strong energy right there. That sets Andrew back a turn. Sure, Hammerhead only costs 1 energy, but you don't really like...
Oh my god. Imagine this Seismitoad deck with Drizzile instead. Instead of drawing an extra card, imagine if you just got to search. Oh my god. Holy smokes, bro. This format would have just not existed. Like, Intellion would have single-handedly came in and just absolutely destroyed this format. I'm cool, bro.
Committing an energy to something that's about to get knocked out, and it will get knocked out in 2 hits by Quaking Punch.
So for those of you guys maybe a little confused, it seems Rith has a system to remember which tastings he's used, since he can use up to 4 in a turn. He uses the blue dice, which are not damage dice, to signify that.
Yeah. Looks like we're just going to see the Quaking Punch. Interesting, he's not even using Hypnotoxic Laser. He knows that, well, I can just Quaking Punch twice. Sure, I could go for the fancy Sleep Flip, maybe prevent my opponent from attacking, but I want to save those for things like Hawlucha that might be a problem.
Yeah, that's definitely a key card in making sure you can get that knockout. And we saw Rith sort of pay the price from playing a little too aggressively in the first game. Maybe he's going to just go conservative. He already has excellent board control.
Absolutely. He's going to, take a prize lead, a bigger one here, taking out Landorus EX, and it becomes harder and harder to come back from Andrew's side.
Yes.
Seismitoad. Oh,
we do see the very...
And you could see, so something that's easy to miss about this matchup is that I'm not missing a beat. I'm playing a supporter every single turn. And the reason I was able to play a supporter every turn is because I played like 11 in my deck or something. I had like 10 or 11 supporters in my deck. In fact, I was so worried about Seismitoad that I only played 3 Versus Seeker in my lists. And a lot of decks were just defaulting to 4 Versus Seeker. And I knew Versus Seeker was good. But the thing is that Versus Seeker is a dead card in your hand against Seismitoad decks. So I decided to play heavier counts of supporters and only 3 Versus Seeker. Which, that kind of decision making with my deck building is what allowed me to be able to compete with a deck like this in the finals.
Very crucial how Lucha hit the board.
There we go.
That is a big deal. So how Lucha can clean up a knockout on this Seismitoad coming up. Andrew's going to need to stream Halucha for pretty much the rest of the game.
Right. I mean, it wouldn't hurt to see some Golbat and Crobat at some point. But yeah, Halucha has to be the heavy hitter here. Weird to think about, only 70 HP, but he is definitely the heavy hitter in this matchup.
So interesting, Rith opted to just discard his muscle band there. I guess it doesn't really matter. He can't play items anyway, so it's not like new items are going to hit the field.
Yeah, and it looks like he may opt to play that Professor Sycamore in his hand, so why not play the Tool Scrapper, discard Muscle Band. It's not a card I need anyway.
Oh, he does the Sycamore.
Okay, so we do see a Tasting number 1, Tasting number 2, drawing 2 extra cards for the turn. You know, those Slurpuff.
Now, Rith is trying to save his lasers to one-hit KO my Haluchas. That's like the hope, is that if he can use, because he only does 50 damage to Halucha, and he knows he's going to 2-hit KO the Landorus. So what he needs to do is save his lasers and one-hit KO the Haluchas with Verbank City.
Make it so his deck is very resistant to N, which we just saw Andrew play. Most of the time, N is a very disruptive card, puts your opponent down to low hand sizes. But when you have the ability to just draw 2 or 3 extra cards in a turn, all of a sudden an N to 1 turns into an N to 4 or 5.
Yeah, that definitely changes. N is normally a game ender, but it isn't really here, especially when he's set up. And whenever he suffers on knockout, like this Seismitoad EX is probably going to get knocked out sometime soon, he can promote the Swirlix with, or Slurpuff with the Float Stone, and he gets to draw an additional card. Tasting draws 2 in the active spot, and then he can retreat.
So right now, Rith has complete control of this game. Even though he's just using that Quaking Punch attack, not doing a ton of damage, it's just enough to get those knockouts.
Let's go, baby, let's go.
So Andrew does replace the stadium with his own fighting stadium so he can deal additional damage here. However, I do believe Rith has a replacement Verbank of his own in hand.
Yeah, Super Scoop Up was not being played before this. Playing Super Scoop Up in this Landorus Crobat deck and winning this regional is what kind of unlocked the key in the metagame that made it so that people realized they needed to start playing Super Scoop Up in everything, including Seismitoad EX.
We have an interesting spot.
But it was not played in Seismitoad right now. AZ was being played instead. So Rith, I think, has a Max Potion and an AZ in his deck. Both of those. So he has ways to heal, but he's not playing Super Scoop Up. Super Scoop Up would become synonymous with Seismitoad in the months to come after this.
Andrew could actually use Energy Short on Dedenne to do the final 40 damage.
And he sees it.
He might walk into the Quaking Punch knockout afterwards. You know, Rith wouldn't have to use the Hypnotoxic Laser, but, you know, he's saying maybe Halucha is a little more important.
Yeah, I mean, he only needs to do a very small amount of damage to knock out the Seismitoad EX. Save your Halucha. He doesn't have a replacement right now. He needs to hold on to as many as he can to even have a fighting chance at pulling this one off.
So Dedenne, even though not the favorable starter for Andrew this game, he is going to take advantage of it, I guess.
I'm trying to see what Andrew got.
But
Zubat
look at
hits
this,
the
like,
ground.
I'm playing a supporter card every turn. I built my deck to be able to be played under item lock, and that was something that was really important about this deck construction.
And, oh, another Halucha. See, this is why it's okay to risk the Dedenne so you can close the game out with our Luchadors.
And also notice, I'm not playing Karina because that card was terrible. Karina would, literally, I would just lose the game if I had Karinas in my hand right now. If I had to Karina, like literally, what would Karina do?
Right, so there we see Energy Short, just 40 damage, but that's all you need. You get the knockout on Seismitoad, but, I mean, It almost seems inevitable on Rith's side. He has 3 prize cards left, 2 Seismitoad EX powered up. You know, those hypnotoxic lasers could start firing at any time. He just has to find 3 more knockouts.
Yeah, and look how many cards he can draw. You know, the active Slurpuff, tasting, draw 2. Benched 1, draw an additional card. If over any of those draws he finds another Slurpuff, tasting, draw another card. It's a very consistent engine.
Yeah, he's actually going to play an N, give Andrew a taste of his own medicine. Put Andrew down to 4 cards. He'll draw 3, but then he gets the 2 from the active tasting, the 1 from the benched Slurpuff. So 3 extra cards, turns his N to 3 and N to 6, and that looks a lot better.
All right, so Andrew drawing 4 cards, and he cannot. He doesn't have any tastings of his own to draw past this.
Unfortunately, he does not. So now we'll see Rith start to use those Slurpuff abilities. He'll draw 2 cards for the active one, 1 card for the benched one, just trying to draw into more and more of his resources. Just a very consistent, streamlined deck. You know, sometimes all you need to do is just use Quaking Punch.
And Rith's only got 3 prize cards left to take. He's going to take one here.
He's going to really want those to make sure he can one-shot the Hawlucha. Also wants to replace the stadium. Has opted to play just 2 Verbank City Gym. So we'll see how he can close this one out. But right now, the lock continues, Quaking Punch for days.
Yeah, I mean, he can Quaking Punch with this Seismitoad. He'll get the knockout, but he actually starts to open himself up to a Hawlucha knockout. If we can see a strong energy and a Golbat, and there's the Golbat.
Oh, I think he's got the strong energy too.
Oh, there's a big strong energy there. That means Hawlucha
Chorus, baby!
Flying Press for
Let's
100
go.
damage, finishing off the Seismitoad. He'll actually go down to 2 prizes, and he just has to finish off 1 more of those Pokemon EX to win.
And ends it all with a Colress for 7. When you are locked on items, you want as many supporters as possible. That hand was divine.
That's pretty good. And
Yeah, this is a big turn. I mean, I'm literally with the draw off that end of 4. Now, it's very possible. If my list was bad, then that end of 4 could have been a death sentence. I could have had Versus Seeker, I could have had Karina, and I just would have lost the game. But instead, I got Golbat, Strong, Colress for 7. I'm going to knock out this Seismitoad, and we're going to go to 2-2 prizes.
You know, if you're Andrew, you might want to get another Golbat this turn. That would probably be your best case scenario. Maybe even another Zubat if you could. That's really what he wants to draw into right here.
And you know, just a couple turns ago, I was thinking, okay, Rith is definitely going to even the series. All of a sudden, Andrew is bringing up some pretty big heat.
Sure. I mean, there is the Flying Press, the small Hawlucha dealing the big damage, all because Rith couldn't find a laser or a muscle band to attack with that Seismitoad EX that had no damage on it.
So Rith draws, still no laser. I do believe he has a Skyla out to a laser if he wants it.
The problem is, though, he doesn't have the Verbank City Gym. Well, never mind.
Well, now he does. Tasted his way right into it.
Right, but he needs both a muscle band and Verbank and laser.
Oh, yeah, this benched one doesn't have muscle band.
That's right, so he needs all 3 of those cards to knock out this Hawlucha. If it survives a turn, that could be pretty big.
Put the counter on one of his Swirlix on accident.
So we see the other tasting, and I don't see any part of the combo yet. I mean, he has the Verbank, but he doesn't have a laser or a band. He would need all 3 of those to get the knockout. And again, if Hawlucha lives, he gets to Flying Press again? That's horrible for Rith.
Oh, boy, yeah. There are a lot of scenarios now. It's like, oh, man, do I throw up this Seismitoad and just get battered by this Hawlucha? You know, if he doesn't attack with Quaking Punch, Andrew has access to all of these items. He might be able to get some Crobat madness.
There we see Crushing Hammer hits the heads, discards the strong energy, so he's kind of accepting now. All right, I probably won't be able to knock out your Hawlucha. Let's at least try to.
Yeah, he misses the laser
we
here.
Might see another N this turn.
Yeah.
Limit the hand size.
And it's like you don't want to Juniper this whole hand, but you don't want to end yourself to
probably
2.
A strong play here.
Looks like it.
Andrew actually does have the
So
strong
it's like,
energy in hand as well.
yeah,
So
you will end yourself to 2, but you don't want to. Rith would have really liked to draw into the laser there.
Pretty low on energy.
So this game is a lot closer than I thought it would be. You know, that big turn from Andrew getting both the Golbat and the strong energy, it really made this game really tight, combined with Rith missing the Hypnotoxic laser or the muscle band. Previous turn, we could see another small edge go towards Andrew if Rith cannot get the knockout right here.
All right, so Andrew draws his 2. Rith draws his 2, but can obviously
End of
mitigate
2.
that quite a bit. Oh, and another Slurpuff down.
This one, things are going to get sus.
Tasting draws just 1 more card. He's used all of his abilities, and now here comes Seismitoad. Just a Quaking Punch for 30 damage. Big missed opportunity.
Yeah, Andrew. Oh, we see a Crobat drop. There's 3 counters, and now he can, he can attach and attack with this damaged one, or go completely fresh. Opts to go fresh.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely the right play. Use the fresh Hawlucha, and now things are getting very scary for Rith, right? He has the Seismitoad, just 90 damage separates him from, losing this tournament. I mean,
Tasting. Here they come. I do see at least Hypnotoxic Laser.
I know if Andrew
Muscle
wins
Band
this
too,
game,
though.
just deals 90 more damage.
Well, he needs
Rith
Muscle
loses the
Band
tournament,
too.
Andrew wins. So I guess Rith's looking for the laser, and the Muscle Band here just has to go for another Crushing Hammer.
Wow, he is going wild on those flips, and that was a very big flip. I do not know if Andrew has the replacement energy in hand. He is going through a lot of energy, and he only runs 10 in the deck.
Oof.
Now we do see, I think that's only the first hit.
You like my poison marker? It's one of those little coins. You know those spinny coins from back in the day? I forgot I used this thing. It's a Bulbasaur. It says poison on it. Yeah, it says poison on it. It's super funny.
Toxic laser of the game. Pretty strange. We haven't seen more of those, but that's going to be
He was
big.
very conservative with them.
And this sleep flip coming up could be huge.
All right, so here comes the attack. This flip is big.
And it's heads. Okay.
It's away.
Let's
He
go,
can
baby,
retreat
let's
that if
go.
he decides
Oh my
to.
goodness,
Oh,
the
that's
Juniper!
Juniper. Was that a Juniper top deck?
It was, and here we go. 7 cards.
Oh,
Let's
man.
go!
He could potentially win the game on this turn.
He could get a Golbat in a fighting stadium. That would be it.
Here's Golbat. Is there a fighting stadium too?
I don't see it. He's so close.
Is that 10 damage within here?
That'll be 10 damage short of winning the
Oh,
tournament.
man, but still, this Seismitoad, man, just on the brink. Does Rith run any way to heal?
He does. He runs 1 max potion. If he
That-
can find that 1 max potion, he could perhaps save his tournament, but this is getting so risky.
He has run through many double colorless energy, though, as well. It might break the lock. Wow, Andrew, putting on the pressure.
This is his third. If you guys remember, this is his third double colorless as well. His 4th one actually, because he discarded one earlier in the game, and I've gone through 3 Seismitoads. So this I think is his last double colorless. So if he max potions it, he doesn't have an energy.
That Hawlucha army showed up to fight.
And we've seen it time and time again. It's just the efficiency of these 1 energy attackers, the Landorus, the Hawlucha, aided by those Golbat and Crobat, the sneaky and surprise bites. Somehow all this damage just adds up and ends up getting weird knockouts that you didn't think were possible.
So Rith switching now, opting to draw that extra card off the tasting. He is really, on his left.
Right. The super scoop up technology. I'm telling you, I created the super scoop. I made the super scoop up. All right. I made it. Nobody else had that technology yet, bro. I was the only one with the technology. All right. Then everyone had the technology.
Legs. He needs to make sure he gets.
But you can see how this Seismitoad deck desperately wants Super Scoop Up, right? But they didn't play that yet. That's just they weren't there. The Seismitoad decks weren't there yet.
Everything he can. Maybe max potion. I'm not even sure what you really want here.
And it might already be in the discard pile. I don't know if he's discarded the max potion at some point. The scariest part here, Andrew has so many ways to deal 10 damage to even a benched Pokemon.
He just needs to evolve once on one of these bats.
Yeah, or an energy card can even swoop across with a Golbat to win the game.
Now, wouldn't that be stylish? I know that's something you've been wanting for a long time. 10 damage, 1 counter is all that's left, separating Andrew from going
Regional
forward, becoming
champion.
Regional champion.
Wow. So this is extremely exciting right now. Game number 2 of the finals. We see another Hypnotoxic
Oh
laser.
boy, these flips are real. Oh,
It's-
Tails, no sleep this time. I love having the player cams for these moments specifically. Look at the tension on Andrew's face. There's so much anticipation. He's like, please, let me survive. Let me attach an energy and attack. I've got something to hit the bench, don't I?
And on the other side, Rith is just saying, oh man, this is not a good situation for me. Going for the
Knocked out.
Quaking Punch.
Look how quickly he hit the discard. I think he's got it.
And
Oh, strong energy doesn't
that's
matter.
it.
Evolved to Crobat. Don't even need an attack. Kaboom!
And Andrew Mahone is your regional champion here in St. Louis. He actually
Dang, bro, I'm gonna tear up, man. right there, when I'm like looking down right there at that shot, I'm like getting ready. Like tears are literally like welling in my eyes. Like in this moment, you know, this is one of the most. No, I don't pop off. No, no, but I'm almost crying. I can tell you right there.
Didn't even attack to win the game. He just
Look at you see that? Yeah. I'm like about to. I'm like choking back tears at this moment.
evolves his Pokemon and takes the final knockout.
Oh my goodness, look at that big smile on his face. This was a matchup that he really did not want to go through, and he really made it look pretty convincing.
I mean, congratulations to Rith. He got
Absolutely.
all the way to the finals. He beat so many players. He beat out about 360 other players, and the only one he couldn't beat was Andrew. But congratulations to him on a great tournament as well.
Wow, I can't believe it. It seemed like he had the lock. I was even, we were sort of writing like, oh yeah, totally Rith's board. It's going to take a lot for Andrew to turn this around. He's going to need a lot of Halucha. He found a lot of Halucha, and his opponent just couldn't get all the tools. It's crazy. 70 HP.
Jay Witz's Halucha enthusiasm here on the commentating desk is like, gives me life, by the way.
Seems like so few, but Quaking Punch doesn't hit that hard. You actually do need a fairly complicated combo. You need Quaking Punch, plus the Muscle Band, plus the Hypnotoxic Laser, plus the Verbing City Gym. If you can't find all four of those cards, even withdrawing with all these Slurpuff, you're not knocking it out, and you can really allow them to turn the game around.
And what an incredible story from Andrew's side. When I talked with him earlier, he said he expected to come into this tournament, go 0-3, and drop out of the tournament completely. He
What?
had no confidence coming into this weekend, and
Wow.
all of a sudden he finds himself in the finals, and now he finds himself regional champion. Just an incredible story, and I'm really happy for him.
I'm thinking in future tournaments he might enter with a bit more confidence.
Probably. I mean, once you're a regional champion, you are on the map. You are someone that people look out for.
Oh, I know how that feels. My first regional win, that turned around my entire career, You turn from someone who's just trying their best to someone that people are talking.
So true, Jay Witz. So true.
About Andrew, man, he made so many strange deck decisions. I feel like really displayed his ability as a player to work with multiple formats, and he is now the regional champion.
Yeah, and it wasn't a fluke either. It wasn't like maybe I'll just throw in some of these super scoop ups or whatever.
Oh no, they're
He said
calculated choices.
He's
here.
been working on this deck for a month. He's put countless hours into this, and it's so great to see hard work like that pay off. Congratulations to Andrew.
Absolutely. I'm sure we're going to get a word with him. Stay tuned because we really want to talk with this new regional champion here at St. Louis for the Pokemon trading card game. Hey everybody, I am Josh Jaywitz Wittenkiller, and I'm here with your newly crowned St. Louis Regional Champion 2015 in the Pokemon trading card game, Andrew Mahone. I know that this is sort of a cliche question, but how does it feel?
Dude, I don't know. I'm kind of like freaking out right now.
Kyle told me you expected to come in and go 0-3 today.
Yeah, or yesterday.
Well,
yeah. Yeah, no, I wasn't feeling confident at all. I thought it towards the end of cities, a lot of, at least in my area, a lot of bulky Yveltal decks started popping up, and this is the deck that I felt like I knew the best, so it was the deck I had kind of locked into already. With the European Cup that just got finished over there, there was like some bulky fairy decks that were getting popular, and I just like, it's not really, I mean, deck struggles with things that heal the damage that you're doing, so I wasn't confident.
No, I wasn't understood. Did you play a variant of this on day one as well?
I did, yeah.
Oh, wow. So you took this all the way through. A lot of
Yeah.
people changed the deck and expanded. Here, you just retooled it with the new stuff that you got.
Yeah, I changed 3 cards.
Oh, wow. I'm guessing 3 level ball. That would probably be it.
That'd be
That's
it.
the new. Yeah. Oh, man.
Yeah.
So I guess let's walk through. So you said that Seismitoad was a matchup you were not a big fan of.
No, it's I'm not a big fan of it. A lot of the Seismitoad decks that I've played a lot of healing cards. They played either super.
I do still have the hat, but it's dirty and beat. Listen, that hat saw a lot of action in 2015. All right, that hat saw a lot of action. I don't even think it fits my head anymore. I don't know. I don't know if I got too much hair now, or maybe I'm just too big now. I don't know.
scoop ups or provoke.
I was a very
Pokemon Center
small
Lady
lad back
or
then.
Cassius or some kind of way to heal off the damage that I'm doing with Hawlucha. I mean, Hawlucha trades really well with Seismitoad.
Oh,
so if it's
it's
just,
my favorite card in the
I
format.
love Hawlucha.
The whole time casting, every time a Hawlucha drops, it's
Hey, my boy.
Kyle's like, how do you think Andrew's going to win this? Hawlucha. Multiple Hawlucha.
3 of them.
All 3 were on the field. There were flying presses for days. It was gorgeous.
Lots of flying presses. But my opponent's list, he did not play a lot of healing cards. He played 1 Max Potion, which he had to discard early. Which I saw, so I was really excited about that.
We weren't sure if that happened or not. We were like sort of seeing as he went through stuff.
Yeah.
He might have been out of doubles too at the end game.
Yeah.
How tense was it? We were sort of seeing it on your face. He has 10 damage left to go on the Seismitoad, separating you from a win. And
at that point, I was like, after the game 1 finished and he didn't really draw anything and I was able to kind of just like walk away with it, I felt really relaxed going into game 2 because like I could afford to have a bad, go at it and still get 1 more shot going first, and then to see him kind of like not. I mean, I was still setting up and stuff game 2, so like it was a big game, and when I knew I had a field full of Hawluchas, no EXs. And he had, heavily damaged Seismitoads. I was like, I wasn't even worried. 10 damage. I was like, I got the Crobat in my hand. There's no way he can end and heal that thing and do everything he needs to do this turn. So like, I was just like, I'm pretty good. Like, I'm not worried about it.
It was definitely an impressive turnaround. We saw the board developing, and we were like, oh, yep. Well, this is why he said he hates Seismitoads so much. Look at this. Look at all these Slurp Puffs.
It could turn into just like 1 bad laser flip. Like, I mean, that turn my Hawlucha woke up.
That
was clutch. I mean, he had 60 hit points. It was going to die going into his turn. That's huge. So I mean that's why I don't like the matchup, because it comes down to flips. It comes down to did I wake up, and that's not how I would want. Like if it was just a bad beat story, like oh he stayed asleep, I don't want like my finals to go down like that,
No, totally.
So like I really thankful that it didn't turn out to be that way, and things worked out in my favor.
It was great. No, it was an excellent fight. I guess perfect.
I don't want my finals to come down to laser flips. I want it to come down to super scoop up flips, baby. Yeah. I don't want my games to be decided by whether or not my Pokemon wake up. I want them to be decided by whether or not I flip heads on super scoop up. They're my flips, all right? I'm the one flipping.
A fighting type deck. So I was catching some of your interview with Kyle. You were talking about how often you play a Pokemon trading card game online to sort of work the consistency and set this up. I gotta say, I'm getting dumped by this deck all the time. And when I first saw it, I was like, I think this is a gimmick, like, okay,
right.
Crobats, yeah, that was part of that sort of Wobbuffet gimmick.
Right.
And I kept losing. I was like, okay, either I'm a bad player, or this is real.
This is real.
It could be a combination of both. But how helpful would you say is it having the ability to run through this against people all around the world, and from your comfort of your home?
A Pokemon trading card game online has totally reshaped the way that I test. It's reshaped the way that I've been able to develop as a player, the way I've been.
F's in the chat. Thank you, Dark Assassin, for the sub in the 2 years. F's in the chat. F's all around. Pour one out. Dang. Crazy. Pour one out.
Able to develop my lists. I mean, really, just the speed at which I can turn over games. I can hop on for an hour and maybe pump out 5 games in an hour. And just those numbers really, I felt like helped refine the list. Like I could play. I've probably logged hundreds of games. I think I looked on Pokemon, like games, it says like games played or something. I have over 500 games logged with that deck on Pokemon Trading Card Game Online, which allowed
consistency is key.
And I was very confident about the list coming in. I just with that amount of games logged, I mean, I didn't have any questions. I mean, it was minor things like, do I play a Deden, or whatever.
Were you ever able to drop that at any point against like Lugia or Yveltals?
Yes. Day 1, it was totally worthless. I didn't play any Yveltal decks, which I had expected day 1. Day 2, he was very helpful. As you saw, even in the Seismitoad matchup, there was a time where I only had one Hawlucha, and I was going to end. So I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to get more Hawluchas out, but then only had to do 40. So I was like, it's your turn,
we saw
man.
that. We were like, oh, you know what?
Yeah.
If he can play the late game. You actually even sort of like, you bait up the Seismitoad that has the muscle band.
Right.
And then he didn't have the replacement muscle band on the bench one. So
Exactly.
sometimes all you need is a little mouse to squeak on by. Oh my God, these puns write themselves.
but versus Lugia and stuff, in Yveltal, I dropped him a lot today, and he really did a lot of work. He did some heavy lifting today. I would definitely play him again.
Well, great to hear. I just want to congratulate you again. It's been an awesome tournament. It's awesome to see somebody that has played this same deck and just retooled it through both formats. Seems like you put in the time, and it looks like it paid off.
It did. It certainly did.
Congratulations.
Thanks again, Jay Witz. It's a pleasure talking with you. Thanks.
Hey everybody, one last time. It's Josh.
There we go, that's it.
Here with Kyle Puka Sukovic. We've gone through hundreds of players, dozens of matches, many of them streamed online for the first time to the rest of the world. But it is finally
for the first time.
It was an exciting weekend. 361 players. 9 rounds the first day, 5
the
rounds
first
top
time
8.
ever. This is the first regional produced by the Pokemon Company International.
He just has such a huge love of the game. And
Crazy.
One thing I really like is a lot of people, they're switching deck to deck. Like, okay, I can retool my strategy. No, he was like, I'm taking.
That's it. That's it. That's my regional one. That's my my regional win. That is, that's a formative experience in my life. That was crazy. I was shocked because it came in a time where I wasn't expecting it. I was working really hard, but up until that point, I had top 8 at a regional. I had top 4 at a regional. I didn't expect it to really click. I didn't expect it to happen that fast, and then it just did, and it was crazy. And my career as a player really took off from there. So it was awesome. I mean, this is a dream come true for me. And, I wouldn't be where I am now without this moment. It was after this regional win that Poke Beach reached out to me, asked me to start writing articles for them to be a part of their article team. Poke Beach, before this, Poke Beach was not doing articles. And then Poke Beach's article program, they're like, their paywall article program. I was one of the founding members of that and started writing articles after this. And then, rest is kind of history. Started off writing articles, then started doing YouTube, and then here we are today. So it is, it's been a wild ride. And thank you guys for joining me for some of it. It was a lot of fun to go back and revisit this. Hopefully you got a nice appreciation for some of the differences that have kind of the difference in the pace of the game and the difference in the way that the games go. I mean, and just the difference in strategies. It just it was a different time for sure. So yeah, that was cool to watch. Thanks for humoring me. I appreciate that. All right, with that, I'm going to get out of here. I'm glad you guys like the reaction content. Can be fun. The cool thing is, that was the very first regional ever streamed by the Pokemon Company International. But now, peeking out my lo-fi. But now, that was the very first regional ever streamed by the Pokemon Company International, but there's infinite content out there now. Thank you, Pokevon, for the sub and the 7 months. Now I'm going to be doing tabletop content with Jesse Parker. We're going to be building meta decks from Japan's Scarlet and Violet format, and we're going to be playing them on tabletop on Monday. So we've got that. And that should be a lot of fun. So prepare yourselves for Scarlet and Violet on Monday. Should be a lot of fun. Big shout out again to Robbie and Dawn for helping to hook us up with those Chinese cards. Natalie found a Chinese Roselia she was looking for today, so great for her collection. I was also able to register for the Vancouver Regional Championships as proof of how much I hate myself. You know, I'm only 100 championship points away from an invite now, so my God, I guess I'm going to go try and get it. Thank you, Slaughterhome, for the sub and the 20 months. Appreciate you. Yeah. Thank you, Holler, for the sub and the 17 months. Yeah, only got 100 championship points left for the invite, so we're gonna go get it. That's the game plan. I'm signed up for Knoxville and Vancouver. I'm just gonna keep going to tournaments until I get that invite. So that's what we got. All right, y'all ready to raid somebody? See ya.